Keynote is titled Venture Building, Unlock Your Organization's Assets and Create New Revenue and Profits.
So good afternoon. So I would like to share with you a new asset class and new way how to generate value for the mid-sized companies, SMEs. There's a lot of them here, sizable ones, as well as large companies and multinationals. And besides all different tools, it's a new one that is up and coming in last years and taking lots of already today known ventures to the market, to even global success. And we have been doing it for 10 years, and I will share with you a few of the lessons learned from those over 100 ventures that we have brought international to the market. But before going into the few stories and examples and learnings, overall corporate venture building, what it is and what it covers. Essentially, it is, in simple terms, taking SME assets or large corporation assets and combining them together with nimble entrepreneurial approach, aggressive execution, and this combination of, we can imagine, large ship and small ships trying new businesses, exploring, quickly navigating, changing course, and exploring where the new revenue, new clients are. This is called corporate venture building. This like in between the ventures, startups, the very garage going up, and the innovation coming from the large corporates where, of course, it is difficult to run the big ship and at the same moment to innovate internally. So what is a good example how to imagine it? There is a good story around coffee and a product that all of us know and use today at home, hotels, offices. And if we go back to, I think, 2007, in 2007, you go to London, and in London, Mayfair, high-end restaurant was serving £300 dinner, so really high-end. And at the end of the food, you would get a coffee. And that coffee is coming from the same FMCG company as the coffee that is sold at the corner in Tesco Express. How did they do it? How it's possible? And of course, at the end of the story is the famous Nespresso and the totally new market and disruption, how to serve and distribute coffee. How did they do it? That they can actually be at Tesco Express with instant coffee as well as at the high-end restaurant. And the story goes few years back where Nespresso decided to take the technology at the beginning coming from R&D of the machine and spinning it off into separate venture that has total freedom to disrupt, essentially licensed to disrupt the market, being fully separately from the mother. That means really nimble and aggressive, and mainly trying different things. Of course, it's a good story. Nespresso at the beginning was a fail. The original market was considered office buildings. So they actually went into the office buildings, tried that, it didn't work. They then repositioned, tried something else, also didn't work, and tried different approaches until they actually came up with the whole concept that pretty much disrupted how coffee is being served, and that's going from the upmarket, step by step, going down to today's globally owning the whole concept of capsule coffee. So it's a great story where, of course, a startup from a garage would have really difficulty to make it because there were huge assets of the FMCG company on the distribution side, of the sourcing, of the coffee, of the R&D. All that was something that was given from the large company. But on the other side, it was given into a venture that was free to act and even disrupt the mother company. And that's a good example, which we see often, where it is either to corporate venture building is used either to create totally new businesses, so bank stepping out of banking and going totally to new fields. We have great example here in Saudi with STC and STC Pay, telco going into financial services. Or it is essentially disrupting themselves. These are often briefs that we get from our clients, disrupt us. So where does it fit, the whole corporate venture building, into the palette or opportunities, how to build value as a large company or a large SME? Essentially, what are your chances? You can either innovate inside, which, to be honest, how many companies are able to really well serve millions of clients with service level 99.99 pretty much without mistake, while also building ventures that by definition, as we see on the example of Nespresso, do mistakes and search and trying to find their way. This combination is really difficult to have in one company, and there is only few apples in the world. Then second is M&A, really viable option. We use it as, if I tell a personal story, as Creative Dog, we have acquired in the last 1 year 4 companies. And totally makes sense, except it has this challenge of you never know what you are actually buying. Positive, negative, whatever due diligence you do, you are always surprised. And again, in both ways, positive, negative. And either we have to learn how to do better due diligence, or it's simple fact that you will always buy a black box. And that is a danger, especially at the moment you need to move fast because your competitors are moving quickly. So that's M&A, and it can become quite expensive as well. And then there is a corporate venture capital that means chipping into many startups and creating portfolio and seeing, oh, this one really is picking up. Let's buy it. At the end of that is M&A. And that's, of course, really good way how to explore, how not to buy something that you are not aware of what is inside. Nevertheless, takes a bit of time, and it's really difficult to create a portfolio of companies or ventures that you really own, not owning only a minority share. Because usually where we are working in the space is the companies want us to build ventures that are essentially strategic to their future. So it's not wise to own 10% of your potential future. We have seen cases and been part of cases where the small ship in time becomes actually bigger than the mothership. Do you want to own few percentage in that through CVC, or do you want to own it from the beginning? And that's a difference to the corporate venture building, where from day one it is tailor-made to the SME or to the corporate, and it fits from this understanding what is inside, as well as being really tailor-made to the needs and the actual assets, and integrating it into the assets of the mother company from day one. So how does it work practically? It is essentially a way of working that is, as I mentioned, combining the entrepreneurial approach, so very startup-ish, what you can imagine of the startups, how they work in the garage, but combined with the large assets. And that's, from the beginning, designed in the venture design. So essentially combining what is the user inside, so not building and strategizing on topics that no one wants to at the end use, so going really deep into the needs of the future user, future client, and looking into the assets, what do you have at home? And this combination, searching for this combination, and finding the concept is the key. After that, it is quickly launching, and launching even raw, like speed is the most important. And after that, taking time for not hockey sticks, but searching rather with a smaller results for the combination of how much does it cost to acquire a client, how much does it cost to serve the client, searching for the business case and business model. Because, of course, in the SME space and funding, and as well as corporate, there will not be cases where it's billions being spent for startups that are loss-making. There is a huge pressure as soon as possible to get to the break-even. And for that, spending time on the minimum viable product on the market and searching for the business model to fit usually takes somewhere around 9 months. And after this equation fits, at that moment comes the scaling. That means going from one country to several countries, investing marketing and sales money. And in this next stage, it is getting into the break-even, not per unit economics, but the whole venture, which is the operational excellency. That means a lot of automatization and bringing also people into the venture that are able to operate it in an efficient way. This is many times not done only once by companies, but rather a series. There were many Nespressos done by Nescafé. But at the end, there is this one large company, large success. It's not coming from one shot. It's coming from a series of small ships trying to find their way. So that means this like venture 1, venture 2, venture 3, and strategically fitting them into a portfolio. What are a few examples from here as well as globally? Here we have seen the mentioned example of STC Pay is a great one. We have seen transportation company building a car sharing service, a bank going into the SME loans, embedded finance, things that are really focused, that are challenging for a bank to do across the board, with focusing pretty much on all the portfolio, so taking a very clear focus on one product and mastering it. It's another strategy. Or third one, this is something which we see globally with in the sports good era, and combining it with the latest technology of the GPT-3. It's a company that creates a fashion and going into fully digital world of sports coaching. So these are a few examples where you clearly see the assets being used in combined with the nimble execution, fast to the market, exploring the market, gaining first revenues and growing it. What it means, of course, for the whole economy, that's when the concept is used, we see that large companies and SMEs incremental growth of the top line is somewhere around over 5%. That means the whole economy is benefiting from the approach. Nevertheless, mainly the actual companies that are using it are benefiting, and every fourth company through corporate venture building is actually creating from this small ship another big ship beside the mother, and essentially the success rate is somewhere around 3 out of 4 ventures make it into interesting business enough, which is probably somewhere 2 times higher than the CVC and M&A success rate. And this is due to this tailor-made combination of using the mother's assets. Last, and this is last learning and a little bit looking forward, and that's the impact of the last technological development on the AI era. We have, by ourselves, having experience, already executed 3 different ventures where strongly the GPT-3 is present in the whole proposition, as well as optimization on the back end. This, when you look 12 months to 24 months forward, will dramatically change how also the corporate venture building and innovation is done. Today, the techniques and process is pretty much very early on designing product and prototyping it, but not really. It is not fully working product. You can't sell it. You don't get the revenue. It's people clicking, trying, giving feedback. Good enough, but with the AI, what we see already today, the speed to the market and cost to the market will dramatically change, and which allows essentially taking several versions of the product, wherever it's especially all the digital products. Then it allows us to launch not one version, but several versions. And that means having the real feedback, paying clients, and working from there, iterating further. Pretty much it improves the probability of success. And this is already today possible with the latest development in AI. And in the next 12 to 24 months, it will really change how we innovate. So thank you for attention. Try to share a few learnings from the 10 years and enjoy the rest of the conference.
I say that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are kindly requested to remain seated. We will resume our program momentarily.
Continuing with our program in a few moments from now. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are now to start a panel discussion themed the doors to the food and beverage industry. This session to be moderated by the Azan Al-Ghil, the partner and the CEO. Turki As-Sadhan will be speaking about this, and Ahmed Al-Ghadi, founding member and deputy chairman, Saudi Restaurants and Cafe Association, and founder and CEO of Al-Dhawaqa Food, and Mr. Wa'il Nassim, the chief executive officer of the food unit. Peace be upon you all. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most beneficent.
Welcome you all to this special session by the members. It's a lot of rain. Alhamdulillah, أمطار خير. Is the voice clear? Okay. So it is our great pleasure to be welcoming you all to this very special session, coming here with the founding members and the members of two private associations, the Qut Restaurants and Cafes Association and the Mu'an Grocery Stores Association. Qut and Mu'an's vision of developing the business ecosystem was led by a number of industry leaders who saw the value of coming together under one umbrella for the benefit of the Saudi F&B sector. With challenges in the business ecosystem came the opportunity for further growth and ease of doing business. So while both associations started through an idea, they are now sitting representing the voice of the leaders of the small and medium businesses of the private sector, to ministers and to public sector leaders working together on industry development. So without further ado, I am honored to be moderating this session with Engineer Ahmed Al-Ghadi of the Dhawaqa Food Company, also the Vice Chairman of Qut Restaurants and Cafes Association, Mr. Turki As-Sadhan, CEO of Sadhan and Spar Supermarkets and Mu'an Association's Chairperson, and Mr. Wa'il Nassim from Food Unit, also a member of the Qut Restaurants and Cafes Association. Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. ونقول يا رب أمطار خير وبركة علينا. Allow me to start off with Engineer Ahmed. 3 years ago, you were starting at early stages with your company, the Dhawaqa Food Company, as an entrepreneur, and to the many entrepreneurs we have in the room. You were beginning, and you were one of the earliest members of Qut Association. Can you tell us more about Qut's story? How did it start, and where is it now?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, Razan, and to Biban for organizing this great event. If you remember, between 2013 and 2016, F&B in Saudi Arabia had a jump in growth. And in 25th of April 2016, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman announced the Saudi Vision 2030. The vision focused on so many important sectors. F&B was one of them. At the same time, the government has started reorganizing the sector regulations and standards to achieve this vision goals. So a group of F&B owners, including me, decided to establish a specialized association to represent restaurants and cafes in Saudi Arabia to public sectors officially, and to deliver the challenges to them, and to be part of this transition period. I think by end of 2018, Qut was established as a Saudi non-profit specialized association certified by Saudi authority. And where is Qut now?
Where is it now?
I believe that Qut became the primary reference for most of government ministries now in F&B sector. It plays a big role in regulating, managing, and developing the sector. during a short time, Qut had many achievements with most of ministries. And by the way, I advise all to follow Qut account to know more about these achievements and to know what's happening. A summary, Qut was the mastermind and the strategic partner of most of developments done by public sectors last years, and became the main arm in regulating the sector and speeding up its growth.
I do have a follow-up question for you, but I'm going to go to the other panelists, and we're going to come back to that. Ustad Turki, you are the chairperson of the board of directors of Mu'an Association, and you are one of its founders. How do you see Mu'an's role empowering investors in the business ecosystem?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you, Razan. Thank you, Biban, for organizing this event. And we are very happy what we saw outside of this hall. Really something amazing. The number of entrepreneurs and the startups, and many ideas will come, and we'll see it very near in the market. To answer your question about how we see the role of Mu'an, we started this association with the help of Mukatafa 1 year, I think, before Corona and the pandemic started. And that time we didn't know how to start it. Shall it be under the Chamber of Commerce or where? But we end up setting up an association specialized for the supermarket sector. Really with the collaboration of the main players here in Saudi, we put the infrastructure for, I think, inshallah, for the coming 10, 20 years, which will be benefit for the small players before the big players in the market. The role we see it's becoming fair, that everybody will know now how to operate and how to get benefit from the rules and the regulation in the market. What we try to make in the early stages, that we make the business doing for the small establishment or the small company as easy as the big or the market dominator. This is in principle, but when you go dig deep in doing the business, you will find a lot of obstacles between one sector or one ministry or one authority or the others. But we are still in the early stages, I think. Yeah. We have a long way to go. And inshallah, we are ready for it, inshallah.
So what we're taking from Mu'an's experience as the chairperson, and from Qut's role as well, is that there's a lot of regulatory work that's currently happening to enable all businesses to further the business ecosystem.
Yes. This is something very, very important to raise, that what we are working with Mu'an is not only it's one way. No, we are doing all the 360 picture, the ecosystem, which is the governmental, semi-governmental, and the private. We are trying to educate both parties how they can work together. We have difficulties. I remember Prince Walid, he said that the difficulty now becoming from the private sector is more hard to convince about what's the result or what's the benefit of this association, and how we can work together better for the next future, inshallah.
Very well. Mr. Wa'il, we have all seen the pink wrapping around the burgers and the live cameras to the kitchens, and heard about the quality of the food. So under the theme of new brands in the market, under food unit, what does it take to launch a new and upcoming brand like Sign in the market?
First of all, thank you, Razan, for for the question, and thanks, for having me. To create such a brand, you need to create a strong identity brand. So first, you need to think outside of the box. Second, you need to focus on being consistent in everything you do. Third, you need to look at the marketing, how you're going to start your dialogue with your future audience. And you need to focus on the quality and service and the product, to create more value to your guest. And finally, you have to give something back to your community. That's the strength of the brand, is what you give back to your community.
Yeah.
And that's what create an environment like Sign or any other, successful restaurant, coming up now.
So brand, consistency, quality, and giving back to the community are all some of the main pillars to launch new brands in the market.
And marketing, so you are able to have the dialogue with your future audience.
Okay. Engineer Ahmed, allow me to come back to you. Going back to Qout and the story of Qout coming into the market, but also you starting off as an entrepreneur. Usually when we go to the public sector, you always, or in most instances, you credit the growth of your company to Qout. As an SME, as an entrepreneur, why? What did Qout do?
Okay. To be honest, being a member of Qout and aware of all trends, studies, and achievements that are taking place with all relevant parties, this is for sure left a very positive impact on our company at the Waqa Food Company. We became more close to the rapid developments and policies changes, which improved our internal works, speed up our expansion plan, and increased our confidence in the sector future. Also, it facilitated some our internal challenges through our rapid communications with concerned parties through Qout, which also improved the productivity, reduced the cost, and helped us in finding alternative, quicker solutions. As a result of that, we speed up our expansion plan in Casapasta and opened more than 20 branches last 2 years, which was difficult years. Also, we acquired Boshak, the Indian restaurant chain, which had 10 branches, and we opened another new 10 branches last year. And by this, our group now exceeding 100 units kingdom-wise. At the end, I advise all FMB investors to register in Qout and cooperate with them for the benefit of the sector in generally and for their businesses in particular.
So as an entrepreneur in the sector, your involvement in sharing your voice with the public sector enabled you to participate in developing standards, regulations, which have reflected positively on your company and its growth, mashallah.
For sure.
Ustad Turki Sidhan, on the role of Mu'an as an association, طبعاً Mu'an and its board has, as well as Qout, it's a lot of competition on the same table. But how did Mu'an assist your collaboration with other companies in the industry to benefit the sector around food security initiatives? And perhaps we can talk about Corona since you brought it up. And we have a mic this time.
Okay. Let me start by saying disagree with you.
Okay.
We don't compete. We complement each other.
Mumtaz.
Because the benefit of the economy for a sector that everybody will win. I just complement to what he just mentioned about doing the right business. It will end up by doing by getting the result. So the association helping both sector, the small supermarket, small grocery stores, and the medium and the large supermarket, as well as the food sector, because end of the day we are feeding the consumer with any type of way. Working, I remember during the pandemic and after the pandemic and when the initial crisis started between Ukraine and Russia, we start to see some hiccups in supply chain, and during the ship when it's stuck in the Suez Canal, a lot of issues, and we know this is not the end. So by working together under one umbrella, which is the MOAN Association, with collaboration and synergy with Qut, and coming with one voice to the decision maker, that we both work together for the benefit of the people who's living in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
I believe, and we believe in MOAN, and this is what we convey to the decision makers, and we alhamdulillah we cross a good and long way with a lot of ministry, that the voice and the decision and the suggestions coming from the MOAN, it's not coming for my benefit or his benefit. It's for us.
The public good.
It's for the country. It's for the, and even sometimes we go, we deep dive, we tailor made something for the region itself. So what's this morning we having some discussion about decision in Medina al-Munawwara. So we take things, tackle something, it's regionally or semi-regionally.
Correct. Thank you very much. Mr. Wael, on launching a brand, from a very technical standpoint, what does it take to build, fund, promote, and launch a successful business? Can you tell us about your experience in technical terms for the SMEs in the room?
Excellent question. Thank you, Razan. In order for you to be, successful in launching a new business, most important thing, you have to be flexible. Second, you have to be good planner and organizing. You have to be good in planning and organizing. A lot of people starting a new business, they think, like by turning on the computer or opening up the door, they will start making money. And definitely exactly not the truth, because when they start, they can only, see how difficult it is, to make money after you start the business right away. And it do take time. There is 3 components are critical, for any entrepreneur, to have. Number 1 is the operational excellence, to start the business. Second, you have to be customer-centric through customer relation or customer communication. The third critical piece for any entrepreneur is to have the financial management skills. So the 3 critical, and they are all co-centered and interconnected with each other, operational excellence, customer-centric through relation or communication, and the third one is the financial management.
Very well. I'm going to go back to Engineer Ahmed now. Still on the topic of Qut, but I'd like us to share one of the projects that are currently happening today, managed and led by Qut Association, which is the Standards Development Project in the F&B sector. Can you shed light about that and what we're doing to uplift the market?
There is many achievements done by Qut. If you want, I can share. I write down.
Okay. This is
predict
a good testimonial.
That's why I write down most of achievements by Qut. For example, I will give you some examples. With Ministry of Municipal Housing and Rural Affairs, during COVID, Qut launched a committee, a joint committee, containing 14 governmental bodies to respond any emergencies related to the restaurants and cafe. And here are some of the outcomes on this. We obtained a permission for food delivery during the lockdown. And
so both worked on food delivery during lockdown?
yes, we obtained the permission. We were one of the parties giving this permission for food delivery during the lockdown. We obtained also with the government the approval for 24 hours restaurants operating. We developed the precautionary procedures on uplifting COVID procedures on restaurants and cafe, if you remember, and keep updating them all the time according to the situation. Also, now we are leading and rewriting the restaurants and cafe standards, and you are aware about this project, based on the highest global standards to match the business concepts. We work also with, there is a lot. We work also with the Ministry of Human Resources. We work also with the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture. By the way, we supported recently in imported cut cutlery products to maintain the supply and demand and control the prices. There is more and more achievements we did.
So there's a lot of value in coming together as an industry and collectively working together on developing sectoral procedures and standards.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Mr. Turki, on franchising, what made you, so you have SPAR and you have Sadhan. You started off with the Sadhan first, now you have SPAR. What made you change your direction into pursuing franchising?
We come to a conclusion a couple of years back that the world is becoming global knowledge with local taste.
Is so global?
Global.
Okay.
So we try to find our recipe with this partnership. So we met with SPAR, and both of us as a retail family business here in Saudi, or especially in Riyadh, we met with this international name, and we share the same values. And we find what we want from SPAR as bridging the knowledge, the global knowledge, with the open sources channels to be here in Saudi. The time helped us in the beginning, and by putting up 5 super nice compact supermarket. Then now we are moving to the new direction, which we believe it's the way forward, which becoming the neighborhood and the small convenience stores, which will help the neighbors, the neighborhood, and will help the B and the C cities.
Yeah.
Going forward, this one will be franchisable, but it's not franchise as a food franchise. We call it individual owners. So the investor, he can invest and own his own shop.
Okay.
And what we do, we only supply the product under certain terms and rules, binding what's his right and what's our company right and what's the brand right. Doing this mix together, we believe, and we saw this success story in some other country, and we believe, inshallah, this is one of the things going.
So entrepreneurs will be, inshallah, in the future, can partner with SPAR on not just getting a franchise, but also owning the store?
Yep. Okay. We don't target only the entrepreneurs. You know that retail or trading, supermarket, you target everybody. So a senior guy who just retired, that he need a good revenue stream, he will be part. The entrepreneur which coming with a fresh idea and he's want to serve a special purpose neighbor, he can. And the sky is the limit, because
Absolutely.
we believe that the business is revolving and changing in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Allow me just to ask you another follow-up question. So also from your experience, how is your operation and profitability in your first brand, Istidhan, compared to the second brand, Spar?
This is a good question. The overhead cost play a big role in our industry. So the corporate cost, which is very heavy in the big enterprise, but when you go to smaller scale, it's becoming more light and more absorbable. Selling price is playing a big role in this sector. Also, the mix you are doing inside the stores playing different. So to answer your question, black and white, there is no black and white. It's seasonal. But I agree that the long name and the available, which is available in the market, making slightly profitable more than the new ones.
Very well. Okay. Allow me, we have a few minutes left in our session. And for the very last question, it's going to be one question for all of the panelists. So we are in a room with current large investors, maybe smaller ones beginning, or people thinking about joining the market. So I'm actually going to start from Mr. Wa'il backwards this time. The question is, what message or advice, Said Wa'il, would you want to share with our audience of mainly entrepreneurs?
Excellent. The message or my advice, at least I believe that what I believe. There is 4 components, for any entrepreneur, he must have. One, he need to be financially lean. That's when you start as a business, tighten up the belt. Don't go for the Range Rover, the Mercedes quite yet. Wait for a while, before you do that. That's number 1. Second, you need to do networking, like what we're doing right here. Networking is so essential. It's a must for any entrepreneur, to check and to ask, and make sure, you're doing the right thing. Marketing, again, make sure you do have a story so you are able to share it with your future audience or your target audience for your business. And the most important thing, and I really do believe that, is never, never give up. Even if you fail the first time, try again and try the third time. Most successful people and most successful businessmen and entrepreneurs, they did not win from the first time. Some people, they take 10, 15, maybe some, unbelievable number, but again, never, never give up and continue your journey as an entrepreneur.
Very well. So never give up. You might fail, but it's also okay to fail because that's how we learn and get back up. Asad Turki, what message or advice would you want to share with our audience in the room?
First, I will let them listen to what he just mentioned. Exactly.
Not listen to him?
No, listen to him.
Oh, listen to him. Okay.
Then I think they need to do a couple of things.
Yeah.
Number 1 is use the infrastructure and ask about some event like this one, get the benefit of the association like Mu'an or Qut. Number 2 is don't shop too much, because when you ask too much, you will not do anything. Number 3 is understand and know your market, and know your consumer, because it's no more about the sector itself. It's becoming about the business, the consumer behavior. We see that after VAT being implemented here in Saudi, and followed by the pandemic, which is affecting, and the lockdown, and the post-lockdown, and the new normal, and the new normal coming, the consumer behavior changed 180. So, and the new consumer persona coming now, becoming the majority of the consumers, making a lot of difficult choices for the traders to present what they want. So you need to select sector that you can understand and you can serve.
Very well said. So use the current infrastructure that you have available, one of which is Biban, where we currently are today, as a huge resource. Understand the market, whether that's your global market or your global market, and understand the consumer persona that's changing in the new normal and the newer normal, and so on and so forth. Lastly, Engineer Ahmed, also from an entrepreneur to another, what message and advice would you share with our audience?
For sure, the additions to my colleagues' advices, I have some advices for the people who is already in the sector. As you know, now the sector become more difficult than before because of the competition and cost of operation specifically. So try to be unique, innovative, added value. I advise you also to monitor your P&L on monthly basis. Don't look to the top line only, since it's tricky figures. Try to adapt with market changes. Also have a clear vision and focus on this vision. And finally, if you feel the risk, merge or exit from the market in early stage.
Okay. So be unique, be innovative, adapt to market changes because it is a market that's changing a lot. Have a vision and stick to it. If you feel like things are going in a way that you did not plan for, then plan to exit early. So with that, Engineer Ahmed, Ustad Turki, Ustad Wael, it's been a pleasure moderating this panel. Thank you very much, not only for being here, but also for your leadership and involvement in the Qut Restaurants and Cafes Association and the Mu'an Grocery Association. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to us here today. We look forward to having you visit the booth of Mukatafa here at Biban to learn more about the work of Qut, of Mu'an, and many other private associations working to organize the voice of the private sector to ensure that we have effective communication and effective work between the public and the private sectors in the business ecosystem. Thank you very much. Shukran jazeelan. Wassalamu alaikum.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نحن على موعد الآن مع كلمة يلقيها السيد ماتياس.
Mr. Matthias.
Expert at Schroner negotiation, speaking about how to handle high-stakes negotiations.
So, good afternoon. My name is Matthias, and I'm very pleased to be here to present the most important principles for high-stakes negotiation. I did a lot of high-stakes negotiation because I'm a former hostage negotiator. So I had to negotiate with hostage takers, bank robbers, and suicide attempts. And you may ask yourself how I became of this negotiation task force. I started my career as a police officer. And after a couple of years, I joined the Drug Enforcement Agency. So I worked and lived undercover for 6 years. You know, long hair, black leather jacket, buying drugs, selling drugs. And after 6 years, I was done. So I went to university. And after studying law and psychology, I went back to the Ministry of Interior and became a member of this negotiation task force. For almost 20 years now, I've been working as a consultant for high-stake negotiations. With our company, we support our clients in really difficult negotiations. We support our partners globally. We do have an offices in New York City, Hong Kong, Singapore, Dubai, and in Riyadh. This is why I'm honored and happy to be here. So high-stake negotiations, what is so important about high-stake negotiations? In a high-stake negotiation, there is one unique element, which is there is no alternative. So in a hostage taking, for example, I need to talk to a hostage taker. I don't have an alternative. I cannot say if I don't reach an agreement with this hostage taker, I will talk to another hostage taker. So I'm in a so-called dependent situation. And this is why we translate the knowledge and the experience from law enforcement, from police, to business and politics, and we have developed our own model because it's the same in Europe business that in a difficult negotiation, in high-stakes negotiation, there is no alternative. There is, let's say, the single-source supplier, the most important client, or at home, your partner. So you can't exchange them, you need to talk to them. The first impression is always, well, if I don't have an alternative, I might be in a very weak position. From our perspective, it's the other way around. If you're in a dependent situation, it's good if there's a big if you know how to do it, how to handle it. And this is why I would like to show you the most important elements in how to handle high-stakes negotiations. We developed a new concept for these kind of negotiations with our concept, and I would like to show you the most important elements of this concept. So the first one is obviously preparation. What we see in almost every negotiation, that our clients are well prepared from a content perspective. They are not prepared from a strategic and tactical perspective. So, you know, strategy, so when and how to start a negotiation, when to, let's say, send in a new team, how to remove the team and all that stuff. They are not prepared from a strategic and tactical perspective, only from a content perspective. Second one is the opening, so how to start a negotiation. There are two big options. Number one is the so-called low-hanging fruits. So you start the negotiation talking about the easy stuff at the beginning. So with let's say with a basket, you go through the garden and you collect the low-hanging fruits. It's great to create a good atmosphere. It's not good because at the end you will end up in a so-called take it or leave it decision. The other way in an opening is the Americans, they do it very often and they call it put the fish on the table. So if you want something, you need to say it at the beginning. So how to start a negotiation, this is a very important element based on our concept. Leadership, so how to lead a negotiation, you need a clear role model. And this is what I would like to focus on also in my speech, how to set up a team and how to set up the right team structure for a negotiation. And this is my favorite, the deadlock. So how to negotiate in a deadlock, how to negotiate if you have no idea what to do. And this is why I would like to start with the deadlock, and I would like to ask you, what is your opinion? What would you do in such a situation? I would like to focus on, I guess, the most difficult negotiation in my life. It was a hostage taking, and I would like to show you what happened, and then I would like to ask you, what would you do in such a hostage taking? It was Saturday night, around midnight. At this time I was working as a police officer. I picked up the phone, and a young woman was screaming into the phone, telling me, my neighbor, he killed himself in front of my eyes. And I asked her, where are you? She told me, Caldine Street, number 13 on the 5th floor. I told her, okay, we are on the way. So my colleague and I, we were driving to this location. We parked our car at this location. We entered the building, running up the stairs, because we knew we will find the dead neighbor on the 5th floor. Running up the stairs, arriving on the 2nd floor, I noticed there was a man waiting on the 5th floor with a gun in his hand. He was waiting for us, and then he fired twice in our direction, pang, pang. After firing at us, he went back, so I didn't see him anymore. I took my gun, I informed the headquarters, and then we were running up the stairs. I would like to show you what happened in this situation in the center of Munich, in this building. So we entered this building, running up the stairs, arriving on the second floor. This guy was shooting at us twice, running up, arriving on the 5th floor. As you can see, the door on the right side was closed. The door on the left side was slightly open. So we opened this door, we stepped into this apartment, and there was a man with a gun in his hand. He was standing beside a couch. There was a young woman who was sitting on this couch, and the man with a gun in his hand told us, "Get out of here, otherwise I will kill her." So as you can see, this is a deadlock situation, and the question is, what to do? What would you do in such a situation? The hostage taker, he was shooting at us before, and now he was standing beside the couch telling us, "Get out of here," taking her at gunpoint, "Get out of here, otherwise I will kill her." So I would like to ask you, what would you do? What would be your first reaction? There are several options. Number one, I could move in his direction. I could take him at gunpoint. I could tell him, "If you don't do this, I will kill you." So this would be a so-called counter threat. And of course, it's very risky because I don't know what will happen. Or I could try to kill him, which is also very risky because he has the finger already at the trigger. If I would kill him, he will pull the trigger. Or I could leave the room. I could say, "Well, we really apologize for disturbing you," turning around and leaving the room, which is obviously not possible because we are responsible for the hostage, so we can't leave the room. So we need to negotiate. So what is the starting point of a negotiation? It's we do have a conflict, get out of here. I don't want to get out of here. And we are in a so-called dependent situation. So I need to talk to him because I'm dependent. I need to talk to this hostage taker, and he needs me. This is the starting point of a negotiation. So the question is what to do in such a situation. There are some options. Usually what we try to do, or what you try to do in your business, usually you try to find a rational way to solve a conflict. Like, please calm down. It doesn't make sense. Think about it. So you try to convince your negotiation partner. So here's the biggest challenge in a high-stakes negotiation. You can't convince them because it's not possible. It's not possible to convince them with a rational solution. And if you come up with a rational solution, you will increase the pressure. Also, not possible is to convince him that he is wrong. Because, I am right, and I can prove it because it's by law. I could tell the hostage taker, you don't have the right to take a hostage. However, he believes he has the right to take a hostage, so it's not possible to convince him. So what to do? It's definitely wrong in high-stakes negotiation to convince my negotiation partner. It's definitely wrong to tell them, calm down, or please be rational. It's not possible. So you need to negotiate. So what are the biggest mistakes and what are the biggest, tactics to do so? So how to handle high-stakes negotiation? Number one, never commit yourself at the beginning. Get out of here, otherwise I will kill her. If I say no, then he has to kill the hostage. If I say yes, then I have to give in. If I say, but you have to understand, then I talk about arguments and counter-arguments. So very important, if you commit yourself at the beginning, you will lose your face at the end. And saving your face is one of the most important elements in a negotiation process. This is why you should never commit yourself at the beginning. Or in a very practical way, never say no in a negotiation. Never say no. Never say yes. Never say but. Because then you commit yourself and then you will lose your face at the end of the negotiation. Never commit yourself. Try to avoid a commitment and focus on your target. So what is the target? I think it's crystal clear. We need to make sure that the hostage will survive. Number two, also very important, set up a negotiation team. And this is, from my perspective, this is the biggest mistake in almost every company or almost every organization we support, that they send in the wrong people to negotiate. So please keep in mind that negotiation, it's a conflict. You need to solve a conflict. And you need to make sure that the so-called lead negotiator is really prepared to negotiate. So what we do, we always translate this experience from law enforcement to business. And this is why we translate the FBI principles, the team structure from a crisis team to business. So what should you do from a crisis negotiation perspective? You need to come up with a team with 3 roles. Number 1, you need a so-called lead negotiator. So someone who is leading the negotiation process, sitting at the table, coming up with the demand, summarizing the negotiation. This is a so-called lead negotiator. What you also need, you need a commander, someone who is really focusing on the big picture, on the relationship. And you need the so-called decision maker. A decision maker is responsible for making a decision, not for the negotiation. So what is the big danger here, or the big challenge? If you are the lead negotiator, then you should be able to negotiate in a very professional way. You should not be very harmony-oriented. You should not be very, let's say, relationship-oriented, because you need to solve this conflict. And this is the biggest mistake for almost all the companies. They send in the negotiator with the best relationship. So number 1, the lead negotiator, he or she should be conflict-oriented, not relationship-oriented. Number 2, you need a commander. A commander is responsible for the big picture. And as a commander, you need to support the negotiator, and you need to inform your headquarters, your internal stakeholders. And the decision maker is not allowed to take part of the negotiation, because this is what we have learned. If a decision maker is entering, supporting the negotiation, then you lose a lot of money, because decision makers, they always try to fix the conflict with money, which is definitely wrong. So set up a negotiation team and learn from law enforcement, lead negotiator, commander, decision maker. Number 3, this is a very important one as well. You need to minimize a threat. So what is a threat? If you do something, so possibly this is what you do with your kids at home. If you don't finish your lunch, if you don't brush your teeth, you're not allowed to watch TV. So this is a threat, because it's a clear signal. You have to do it, otherwise there's a negative consequence, like you're not allowed to watch TV. In business, it's more important to avoid a threat. Because if you are threatening your client or your supplier, your partner, if you are threatening them, then you have to do it. Because if you don't do it, if you follow up with negative consequences, you will lose your face. So, number 1, never, never, never threaten your negotiation partner. Don't tell them, if you don't do this, there will be a negative consequence. Because with the threat, you will receive a counter threat. Also important, if your negotiation partner, if they come up with a threat, do not ignore it and do not repeat it. Because if there is a threat, you need to handle it. As a police negotiator, you are trained to minimize a threat, meaning you need to rephrase a threat. So, for example, if a hostage taker is telling me, let's say, if I don't get a getaway car, I will kill the first hostage. I would never repeat it by saying, aha, you want to kill the first hostage. So you rephrase it, you minimize the threat by saying, okay, dear hostage taker, thank you so much for expressing your concerns. Thank you so much for this possibility to talk about all these options. If I understood you correctly, you think about other options. So I rephrase the threat, making sure he or she will not commit themselves. And this is what you need to do in your business. Let's say if the head of global procurement manager is telling the key account manager, I need minus 10%, otherwise you would be delisted. then you shouldn't repeat minus 10%. Then you should say thank you. You should talk about common interests, and then you need to minimize the threat by saying, okay, if I understood you correctly, you think about other options. This is why we should focus on our common target today. After minimizing a threat, you need to control your emotions by yourself and by your negotiation team. This is also not so easy, because if you can imagine, in a high-stake negotiation, the heat is on, there's a lot of pressure. Maybe you're afraid about losing the negotiation, and then there are a lot of emotions coming up. It's pretty easy to explain the emotions and how to handle emotions, because I'm sure you know all the examples. It's, let's say I'm a man from the Stone Age, caveman. I do have a club in my hand. I'm relaxed, but suddenly I hear a noise and I see a grizzly bear is running towards me. I do have three options. Number one is run. I avoid the conflict. Number two is I start to fight, the so-called fight type. Number three is freeze. So I do nothing, I freeze. So what about you? Are you a so-called flight type? Do you try to avoid a conflict? Or are you a so-called fight type? Do you start to fight against your negotiation partner? And what we see in almost every high-stake negotiation, that at the end of the negotiation process, in this deadlock situation, we see an emotional reaction. So the flight types, they try to avoid a conflict. What is the easiest way to avoid a conflict? It's giving in. So you give in, you send the signal, no problem, you can get whatever you want, and you postpone the decision. We don't have to decide it today. So the flight types, they give in. They give away everything just to make sure to avoid this conflict. What about the fight types? The fight types, they try so hard to convince the other one. They insist on being right. So they tell the other partner, you have to understand, we do have a contract. You need to stick to this contract. So they try so hard to convince the other one by talking, coming up with arguments, and talking about negative consequences. And this is why in a negotiation, as we mentioned it before, you should not try to convince your negotiation partner. You should not come up with arguments. If you come up with an argument, you will receive a counter-argument. So what you need to do instead, you need to come up with a demand. So a demand means I want something from you. So in this hostage-taking, to come back to our example, in this hostage-taking, we stepped into this room. There was a man with a gun in his hand, taking her at gunpoint, telling us, get out of here, otherwise I will kill her. We didn't say no, we didn't say yes, we didn't say but, we started the negotiation. By asking, so by just saying thank you for this possibility. In a police negotiation, you start every negotiation by saying thank you, because it's a clear signal that you respect your negotiation partner. So thank you. After saying thank you, you talk about common interests. So we're in the same situation. So let's figure out what could be an option for both parties. And then you come up with a demand. Then you say what you want. So we stepped into this apartment. He said, get out of here, otherwise I will kill her. We said, okay, first of all, thank you for this opportunity to talk to you. Thank you for expressing what you really want to do. We're in the same situation here. We need to find a solution. So, and then I started my first demand. I asked him, what happened before? So it's a demand for information. I asked him, what happened before? I asked him, did you kill someone? He replied, no. I asked him, did you hurt someone? He replied, no. So I asked the young woman who was sitting on this sofa, did you call us? She replied, no. So I was a little bit confused. They're like, is it the wrong floor? Because I was really confused, what should he do now? And they told me they have no idea because they didn't call the police. Then he came up with a new demand. He said, well, dear officer, I need to be back on work on Monday morning, otherwise I will definitely lose my job. So please help me to be back on work on Monday morning. So and here it's possibly time for the most important element in a negotiation. As a police negotiator, very often you have to negotiate with someone who is about to commit suicide. You know, these guys, they're standing at the high building like this, showing the world, I'm ready to die, I'm ready to jump. There's one big problem. You know, a lot of people, they are waiting, everyone with a smartphone, taking pictures, taking videos. If it takes too long, they start to scream, like, jump! So this poor guy standing there, and they have no idea what to do, because it's a deadlock. One step forward, they are dead. Or if they come back into the building, they will lose their face. So what we did as a police officer, we always offered a deal. We always said, okay, if you come inside, you will get a firefighter uniform. So if you come inside, we will dress you looking like a firefighter. You can go downstairs looking like a firefighter. You could go through the crowd looking like a firefighter, making sure that you can save your face. So at the end of a negotiation, you need a firefighter uniform. You need this possibility that your negotiation partner can save his or her face. And this is what we did in the negotiation with our hostage taker. We told him, well, we could support you to be back on work on Monday morning if you come with us to the police station. We will call the public prosecutor at night. We can't promise that you will be back on work on Monday. However, we can support you and to be back on work on Monday morning. This is what he understood. So we arrested him. We were driving to the police station. We called the public prosecutor, and this hostage taker, he was back on work on Monday morning because the situation was completely different. Just to make sure you cannot understand the situation because you don't live in this, let's say, community. Because it happened in Munich, in Germany, and he was living there. Let's say this is his living room called 17, number 13 on the 5th floor. And there was a huge problem for him because he didn't get enough attention from the neighbor. So he came up with this brilliant idea, I could kill myself in front of her eyes to get her attention. And this is why he took his gun, but it was not a real gun, it was a gas pistol. So he went with a gas pistol to the neighbor's door. He was ringing the bell with a gun in his hand, ringing the bell. She opened the door, she looked into his eyes, and then he fired the gun. And she called the police, my neighbor killed himself in front of my eyes. So it was correct, but it was not a real gun, it was a gas pistol. There is no bullet, it's just gas. So he killed himself. Then he was waiting for the police in the building. He fired with a gas pistol in our direction, and then we were running up the stairs. He went back in his apartment, taking his wife as a hostage, telling us, get out of here, otherwise I will kill her. So what can you learn from this example for your high-stakes negotiation? Number one, never commit yourself at the beginning, because there's always a lack of information. You never know everything at the beginning, so never commit yourself. Never say no, never say yes, never say but. The second one, you need a team. So in a police, it's pretty easy because there are always two colleagues. One is the lead negotiator, the other one is commander, slowing down the negotiation and supporting the lead negotiator. Number three, you need to minimize a threat. So you need to make sure that you minimize a threat to avoid this losing face. And number four, you need to control your emotion. Don't step forward, don't step back, negotiate. At the end of the negotiation, there are just two possibilities, which is agreement or disagreement. That's also pretty easy to explain. If you reach an agreement, it's great. However, you should not feel like a winner. You should not smile. You should not provide this feeling that you are the winner and the other one would be the loser. So at the end of a negotiation, you should never talk about your win. You need to talk about win-win. It was difficult. It was a high-stake negotiation. However, both parties are confident to reach a good agreement. If you don't reach an agreement, keep in mind it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the negotiation process. If you reach a disagreement, very important, it's not a failure. It's a decision. It's a decision, I don't want this deal. If you don't want this deal, you need to walk away. If you walk away, do it in the right way. You need to open 3 doors. We call it, you need to get out of the 3 doors, opening 3 doors. Like in your business, you could say, thank you again. It's always thank you. Always talking about common interests. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm sure we are in the same situation. We want to reach an agreement. And then you need to open 3 doors. Like, from my perspective, door number 1, it's my door. From my perspective, door number 2, today, it's a time door. Number 3, based on what we have discussed so far, it's a content door. I'm afraid I can't agree on this deal. Thank you again. So if you open 3 doors, then it's easy to restart, to re-enter the negotiation, because then you do have the opportunity. Tomorrow I could say, well, I told you from my perspective it's not possible. My colleague is here with me. She could come up with a new idea, and then I'm back in the negotiation. So in summary, a negotiation is a conflict. You don't have to convince your negotiation partner. You need to solve this conflict. Do not try to convince them. Do not come up with argument. Come up with demands and negotiate. Very important. Never drive the negotiation into this deadlock situation where a negotiation partner will lose his or her face. You need a firefighter uniform at the end of the negotiation. This is why you need to come up with a little bit more demands at the beginning, that you have something to hand over at the end of the negotiation. We prepared a slide deck for you with the most important topics. So if you want to get more information, just take a picture of our LinkedIn contact, and then we are more than happy to send more material and more information about how to negotiate in high-stakes negotiation. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Iftikhar Sheikh from South Africa.
across developing countries.
أنا صلاح الغيدان الشريك المؤسس والرئيس التنفيذي لشركة تأثير للإنتاج الإعلامي.
Hi everyone, I'm Lisa from Visual Cam. We are a Korean company providing an AI-based eye tracking software to let our partners enhance their products and solutions, as well as export data to answer questions about what behaviors drive outcomes.
معكم الدكتور ماجد المنصوري، شريك مؤسس في شركة نقطة، أول منصة سعودية لتداول الرموز الغير قابلة للاستبدال على تقنية البلوكتشين.
I'm Josh Pine from the U.S., Chief Revenue Officer of XL8 Inc.
أهلاً، أنا مزون أشقر، المؤسس والمدير التنفيذي لمزن للعناية بالبشرة، علامة سعودية لمستحضرات التجميل والصابون.
When you think about startups, why they exist, why they're born.
أنا كنت أحد المستهلكين للوظيفة. اليوم أنا من المنتجين للوظائف.
After seeing that girls were skipping school due to poor menstrual health facilities, I started my entrepreneurial journey as a 21-year-old.
بدأنا من 2015. بدأت بتصنيع المنتجات من المنزل، والحمد لله الحين لدينا مصنع نسائي بالكامل يصنع المستحضرات في السعودية.
So we had this goal to provide companies and industries with easy access to eye tracking from anywhere at any time.
في السوق الإعلامي في المملكة الفرص عظيمة جدا، خصوصا مع رؤية المملكة 2030.
The most important challenge was societal myths surrounding menstrual health and hygiene.
وكستارت اب سعودي وكأول منصة لتداول الرموز الغير قابلة للاستبدال في السعودية، أكيد بدون شك واجهنا صعوبات ومشاكل كثيرة.
We overcame this obstacle by making it all about our customers and listening to their pain points.
من بداياتنا من
Since we started for 2015, we've faced a number of obstacles and challenges, well, such as, for example, fixing the factors, in addition to the supply chain for import and export, in addition, financing and funding the project.
They're here to disrupt. They're here to develop new solutions to positively impact future generations.
With enough confidence, a lot of hard work and commitment, we were able to achieve our goal in creating something new on a legacy market that heavily relied on hardware equipments.
واحد من مشاريعنا
One of the most important projects we started, for example, is to have actually 200 persons in one project.
Impacted 450,000 women and girls across 4 countries and generated employment for 100 women in India.
Of course, collaborating with the government entities, in addition to our partners, praise be to God, we could overcome all the challenges and the problems.
Believe in yourself and work hard to achieve your goals.
نصيحتي لكم.
My piece of advice to everybody and every entrepreneur is, well, you have to look for new ideas, thoughts, products, and you will find different types of support that will enable you, for example, to continue at the workplace.
Work hard for your dreams.
With over 1 billion people on the African continent, if we want to create a healthy population, we need intelligent ways of allocating resources to impact as many people as possible.
Biban. All opportunities.
Biban.
For us,
Asna.
Al Rieda.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion in today's event. Our moderator is Philip Lemmers, partner at PwC Middle East, and our speakers are Ibrahim Niaz, CEO of the National Technology Development Program, and Salih Al-Shabnan, Chairman, Supply Chain Association and Procurement Society, and Vijay Tirathirari, Managing Director at Techstars, and Nicholas Watson, co-founder of UDrive. The title of this panel discussion is Joining Forces to Create Innovation Ecosystems Meetup.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Creating Innovation Ecosystem Meetup, and I realize there's a mini ecosystem here. We all know each other from previous interactions, so the next 30 minutes hopefully will be very exciting and will answer a lot of questions around what an ecosystem needs. There was a session on what creates an ecosystem, and connectedness, funding, talent were all components that this ecosystem needs to be successful, and we have representatives here that we can probably cast a very bright light on these topics in the next 30 minutes or so, as I mentioned. Unfortunately, we don't have my favorite graph on screen, which is the GII score, Global Innovation Index score, against the GDP evolution of countries. And what we see is that there's a clear correlation between the degree of innovation in countries and the economic performance. And that economic performance needs stimulus from government, it needs accelerators, it needs companies that actually drive that innovation, and it needs big and small companies to do that. It needs supply chains and value chains to integrate into. So excited to discuss these topics with my distinguished panel in the next minutes. And let me start maybe, Vijay, in the preparation, we spoke about ecosystems being like kitchens. And in the kitchen, you have chefs, you have tools, you have equipment, you have a stove, you have all sorts of things. And I was wondering, after we spoke, what is actually the dish? Is it the company? Is it the innovation? Is it the value it creates for a country? Talk us through your thoughts on that kitchen, please.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure to be here at Biban and to be on stage talking about ecosystem. I do represent a company that's focused on investing in startups, particularly at pre-seed. We like to know ourselves, Techstars, as a platform for innovation and investments. So when we were thinking about the kitchen analogy that you brought up, I like to think about the chef as the founder. And he has the kitchen equipment being the tools to play with. That's capital, that's human resources, and access to tools that maybe could open up business opportunities and what have you. And then he has the recipes, the ingredients, which is basically the go-to-market strategy, the product roadmap, the engineering design for his solution. And then you think about the physical facilities. That's basically the real estate that allows for startups to kind of operate in that safe environment. And our role as the investor, the accelerator, is to provide that facility so that they have, at the very nascent stage of their development, a safe environment that they can actually experiment those recipes. And if things go wrong, they can iterate and pivot till they get the right recipe and able to cook something that's really palatable for the marketplace. So I think that's how I like to think about it. And of course, for us to be successful, we need partners from various agencies that enable us to basically have that collaboration so that we've got the right macroeconomic support, whether it's incentives, funding, and also the right regulation to support startups. So you think about, in particular, fintechs. There are licensing rules and regulations that could govern them. We can't do this alone, neither can the startups perform on their own. They do need the cooperation of the external supporting agencies. So that's the way I like to think about startup in an environment operating in the kitchen.
Wonderful. Ibrahim, I will come to you in just one moment. I just have a quick follow-up question, Vijay, if you allow me. My mother, and I guess a million other mothers as well, said too many chefs in the kitchen destroy the dish. In innovation, that probably is not applicable. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I love that the question, because I think when you have too many chefs in the kitchen, it just kind of spoils the broth, as they say. But I think what we tend to do as a master chef is really to moderate the environment by bringing mentors and advisors and to guide them in a way that gives them all the optionalities in terms of how they can think about the product. But ultimately, we need to empower the founders to make the final decision. And by design or by nature, entrepreneurs are risk takers. And so if they decide to go out to the market with the product, it's their risk whether the customer will be, will give them a 5-star rating on TripAdvisor or whatever platform. Or even you might have a surprise guest who happens to be a Michelin star, evaluator. And so I think all we can do best is basically provide the right environments, the tools, the access to the right ingredients to allow them to accelerate that learning curve. And I think this is really important, is that where the accelerator space operates best is to compress the learning curve of any founder and entrepreneur very quickly in a safe environment. Because the quicker you can learn and fail fast, it allows you then to basically get your product out in the market and scale a lot quicker than potentially allowing to have a false or poor product performance.
Fantastic. And speaking about the tools in the kitchen, I think Ibrahim, as the CEO of the Technology Development Program, and I was almost going to say talent development program, because I think they're very connected, and in the ecosystem probably both are needed. I think you have so many tools in the development program itself, from grants all the way to venture debt, and your objective with the unicorns and with technology first as one of your values is probably super key to the ecosystem where it stands now, and we're going to come to technology later. So talk us a little bit through what creates the challenge for you in balancing the development angle. You mentioned you're more of a development fund than necessarily a development program. You have a lot of funding offerings. So what is it that the market asks you for? Where do you see the biggest traction and that funnel developing in the technology space?
Perfect. So let me start by introducing what's NTDP and defining what's NTDP. So the National Technology Development Program, it's a government program designed with the mandate to develop, stimulate, and uplift the ecosystem of technology in general. So when I say technology, I mean traditional technology, emerging technology, and deep tech. But where is our main focus? Our main focus is to build the ecosystem of digital and technology entrepreneurship and startups ecosystem. So our role is to develop, stimulate, and uplift this ecosystem by providing different kinds of financial and non-financial solutions to the ecosystem. And we are focusing to support the whole players in the ecosystem, either the entrepreneurs as individuals or startups or small and medium enterprises, and also to work hand in hand with the accelerators, the incubators, VCs, financial institutions to complete the recipe for the whole ecosystem. So I don't look at it as a one kitchen and many chefs. It's an ecosystem. So in the kitchen, you have the chef, you have the recipes, you have the worker, you have the suppliers, you have a person who takes the order, and etc., and you have your clients. So we look at it as a one integrated ecosystem, how we can jump in and fill the gap without ruining the market. So we are not competing with the private sector. Actually, we are working hand in hand with the private sector to build this well-integrated ecosystem. So what we provide a range of products. As we speak today, we have 16 products in our portfolio. 13 of them, it's already in the market. You can go to the website and choose what product that you need, and we will support you through the product. So what we provide, we looked at the journey of the startup ecosystem from the ideation phase, then the proof of concept, prototype, MVP, pre-seed, seed, until we reached to a unicorn. Then we identified the gap among this journey, and we designed our product actually to fill this gap through the whole journey. Our goal is we want to work with the entrepreneurs and the startups and the VCs, the angel investors, with the ecosystem through the whole journey. We don't want to leave the entrepreneurs or the startups in the middle of the journey. So once you get benefit from one of the products, you will find another product to help you and support you to reach to the growth stage and the upscale stage, and etc. So for example, one of our flagship product is called MVB Lab. So through MVB Lab, we are focusing to solve the issue of the deal flow creation. One of the challenges that we have in the ecosystem, in the Saudi ecosystem currently is, and we heard this actually a lot from the VCs, from the accelerators, from the investors. They were saying no one is focusing on creating the deal flow creation. No one is focusing on establishing and injecting new startups to the ecosystem. So we designed MVB Lab. It's a grant-based product. So through MVB Lab, we are targeting the entrepreneurs, the founders and co-founders who have a proof of concept or a prototype or at least the first version of the MVB. And we help them by providing them with grants to develop their products and go to the market. And we collaborate with different incubators, for example, the Garage, Code, to incubate all these founders and co-founders in this program. And we provide them with the mentorship, training sessions, etc. And we provide them with all the services and perks that they need, the legal services, the HR, the marketing, and etc. So they can go to the market. And we link them with the early stage VC from the early stage, so they can secure at least the pre-seed or seed investment when they graduate from the program. Then after this, we have multiple programs, for example, empowering accelerators. We are working with the Techstars and other global accelerators. Through this product, what we're offering is we work with the accelerators. We cover 75% of their operation cost, so they can accelerate the growth of the tech startups, and they invest with them, either in the seed or pre-A investment. So what we do actually is we look at the ecosystem from a holistic approach, and we fill the gap through the whole journey, and we work with all players and stakeholders in the ecosystem, with main focus on technology, of course.
Fantastic. And speaking about technology and the comprehensive offering that you have, Nick, I think would have been nice if that had been in place when you started. And you're a technology company, so talk us a little bit through your experience, A, with a view to, let's say, government stimulus funding, but B, also, what are the challenges still that exist in the ecosystem? Because we make it sound easy, but tell us from the floor a little bit.
Yeah, look, I think from my point of view, I'm very jealous of what startups have available today and what they can, the infrastructure that Techstars has, NTDP provides. It's amazing, and obviously we wish we had it. We have no VCs on our cap table. We have only family offices, operating groups that understand our business model. And obviously when we were a baby, just born, it was in 2017, and we were a traditional rental car company that digitized. So we went from being a traditional business model and completely inverted everything. But we did it all on our own. So we had to go everything on our own. And at that point, there wasn't Techstars. It was just coming into the region. There weren't that many accelerators. Dubai Future Accelerator was just being born. And so we had to just, like everybody, just scrape really hard at the bottom of the barrel to try and succeed and get where we want. Funny enough, it leads me to a story with His Excellency Abdullah Al Swaha. Back when he was at the very beginning of the whole journey of all the entrepreneurship and the tech investments. And it's amazing what has come together in such a short period in this region, and taking Western knowledge and localizing it and regionalizing it. And of course, from UDrive's point of view, we take any asset, car, we digitize it, but what we changed was not just the way you digitize an analog device, a car, we changed the business model completely. So instead of one person on a car for 3 years or 2 years or 1 month, it's 120 people on one car in 1 month, from 1 minute to 1 day. So that asset gets depreciated faster, and you give more people more mobility. So for us, it wasn't really the technology. We are heavy tech, but it was more the business model innovation that happened. And we had to do that on our own. But if we'd had a Techstars back then, we would have had the entrepreneurs and the in-house support to help us build the business models. And in the end, we self-funded ourselves up to COVID. Then we got external funding from family groups just post-COVID. And I think the key for us was we had to then bring all our angel investors in to be our mentors. And that's where we started to get really the ecosystem support of young, successful entrepreneurs who've already had exits in the region, helping UDrive get to the next level. And so that was where we started to venture into ecosystem, and then obviously meeting Vijay and everybody in the industry.
Great, and you're still there, but Vijay, you had a very impressive statistics around the success rate or survival rate of companies that have been invested in by Techstars. I'll let you say the number because it just melts on my tongue. You know, it's compared to what the survival rates typically are in the ecosystem, it's really impressive. But talk us through that magic recipe that makes that happen. And then to Ibrahim, when you look at your end-to-end offering, how can we translate more of that? Because you're also anchoring value. One of your objectives is obviously local content creation, but also attraction and retention of innovation in the kingdom. So how do these go, or how can we connect these better in order to also achieve 35% GDP contribution targets and so on and so forth? So maybe Vijay, then Ibrahim.
Yeah, so it's a really interesting question, but before, if I may, just comment on Nick's. I have tremendous respect for entrepreneurs like you because you build a company from scratch. And as you said, without the supporting environment, the ecosystem that we're talking about, that Ibrahim is investing in and what we invest in, and to be successful, that's commendable. And I think what we try to do is basically address the issue, how do you minimize failure rates, to your question. And they say that 90 to 95% of startups will fail in the first 2 to 3 years of existence. The top 2 reasons are basically, number one is they don't have funding or they run out of cash. 2, they basically don't have product market fit. And 3, they could have a team issue. Either they don't have the right co-founders or skill sets on the team. So this would be the top 3. What we try to address is basically help them address the capital fundraising issues, get the best teams on board, and also surround themselves with the right mentors. So we bring about, in our programs, for example, 80 to 100 mentors that will address the product market fit issue. How do you go to market? And that learning is compressed in a very short space of time, usually within 3 months, to accelerate. Now, what's remarkable, Philip, is this, that if you look at the last 20-year history at Techstars, we've invested over 4,000 companies. Our success rate is about 84%. So that's more than 80% of companies are either active or thriving over a long period of time. That's inversely proportional to what it is out there in the market. And the reason is, of course, we do select the best talent, we think, but we have an outstanding program that we're investing in companies, but also the continuous ongoing support that they get for these entrepreneurs. Every day is a crisis mode for them. And so we need to be there to give a helping hand. We're changing the statistics around success because of that added support. And I just want to make a quick comment to Ibrahim. Here in the kingdom, 2030 vision, there's a transformation of the economy and diversification into tourism, sports, entertainment, and so on. But to make that leap from a hydrocarbon economy predominantly, you need to upskill and reskill the talent pool. And I think what Ibrahim is doing is also commendable, because he and his agency is trying to address the next generation skills to enable these companies to move a lot faster. And so we see hand in glove, working with the government's initiative to bring the right talent. Our job is to accelerate that talent to build companies a lot quicker.
Great. And Ibrahim, as I mentioned, it would be great to understand from you a little bit more around how much of the work and the funding that you provide is actually to develop talent into the sector, my little Freudian slip earlier, or how much of it is to actually develop companies into the sector? If you can talk a little bit about that. Is it more the talent or more the technology itself?
This is a very good question. So in NTDB, we designed our North Star, or our strategy, to focus on the talents and also to focus on the startups, focus on the VCs, the investments. So we are looking at all components in the ecosystem. Of course, talent, it's a critical and major perspective in the ecosystem, and that's why we designed like a couple of products to build the talents, either from an entry level as a juniors or senior levels, or as a CIO and CTO, to introduce them to the market and help the startups and small and medium enterprises to have these talents in their organizations. So this is from one point of view. So we are focusing on developing the talents on different levels. One of the targets that we have is to provide by 2026 to have a pool of chief information officers and chief technology officers in the market. We are targeting to build the talents for 700 CIO and CTOs in the next 3 years. So this is from one side. From the other side also, what we do, we help the companies and the startups to attract the right talents. So what we do, we provide, in collaboration with the Minister of Communication and Information Technology, we are subsidizing the salary of the tech talents in the startups and the small and medium companies. So we provide them with the salary subsidy that reaches to 50% of the salary for 18 months. Yeah. And with a collaboration with MCIT, we have another program that complete this program is to sustain the talents in these organizations, either startups or SMEs. So this is from the talent point of view. From other point of view, we are focusing on building the right capabilities of the entrepreneurs, the founders and co-founders, because as Vijay said, One of the main reasons that the startups fail, that the founders and the co-founder, they don't know how to operate or grow their business. And this is one of the areas that we are focusing on, how to build the right skills set for the founders and co-founders, especially as a digital entrepreneurs. Also, we provide different kind of supporting products that support the research and development, either for innovators as individuals or for startups as organizations. So if we look at the portfolio, it's a comprehensive portfolio to focus on all key components of the ecosystem: talents, startups, financing, supporting the VCs, the accelerators, and etc.
Very good. Technology often tests the boundaries of regulators and regulation. And Nick, I know you've been tested many times on that front as well, and I want to hear from you, because ultimately this is what many tech startups, from my perspective, in fintech, insurtech, etc., they're testing the boundaries in many times. And the regulators either react too fast or not fast enough, or whatever the case may be. Maybe sometimes regulation is a competitive advantage around one company or business model. Tell us a little bit through your experience, and what role does that part of the ecosystem play?
Yeah, we were, how to phrase it, there are two ways to work or handle regulators: work with them or work against them. The working against them is more about ask for forgiveness, not permission. And then the other one is ask for permission, not forgiveness. We chose to go the American-style break things, deal with it later approach, which actually worked in our favor, fortunately for us, because what we did is we didn't break any major rules or laws. We broke the business model that was incumbent to the country, which was you cannot rent a car more than one time per day. And that is the law in the UAE. In Saudi Arabia, which is awesome for us because we're operating in Riyadh, there is no control over the business model. There's the quality of the cars, the lifespan of the cars, which is how car rental in general is done. So we were renting the car by the minute, which meant that we were getting multiple rentals in a day. And that obviously went against the rules, but it also semi-forced the hand of the government to talk to us. And then they created a rule for us to operate, which is how we operate the per-minute business in the UAE. So it can be stressful depending on your personality type, right? If you like to break things and rebuild them, it is a good approach to moving faster, but you can get slapped pretty hard. And Kareem went through the same thing. UDrive has gone through the same thing in our industry. And it all depends on the industry you're in. Like in the end, if you're in fintech, you probably have a lot harder than what we have, because we're not breaking international banking laws or US dollar laws or any of this type of stuff. So, you know, we're big believers in breaking business models, not breaking the regulators or trying to fight against the regulators. And I think that's one of the things that the startup needs to think about. What are they trying to do, and who are they going up against? So I think, in the end, regulation is there to protect the overall good of the country and the city you're operating in. So I don't think regulations are bad. They just take a long time to catch up with technology. And the only reason UDrive exists is not because the business model wasn't always thought of by other people. Technology enabled the business model to switch. The fractionalization of a car to 1 minute and 1 meter was not viable until you could digitize any car and then put a mobile device to interact with the car. Yeah. But we also securitize the car, which means that we immobilize it and control security access. So that didn't exist without technology. Otherwise, it would be lots of people running around doing paper. It would be you wouldn't be profitable. You could never make it to scale. So other than talking about how to break the rules, that's my take on it.
Thank you, Vijay. And I would like to come back to the survival thing. You know, my humble view is survival is driven by opportunity first and foremost. There needs to be a business for me, product market fit, you mentioned it earlier. Is there a role, like, do companies, especially innovators, seek that integration into value chains early enough? Or is there an opportunity of larger companies outsourcing? We spoke about this in the preparation about integration to value and supply chains. Are they looking for too much big steps in a first shot, or is there a better way of integrating them? And do you do that? Do you integrate them earlier into value chains, and then, yeah?
Yeah, I think it depends. I think it depends on the business model, and is it a B2B, B2C, and each economy is at different stage of evolution. And also it depends on the incumbent players, the enterprise and the medium-sized players, who's dominant in the market. Is there room for maneuvering or growth for the startups to perceive whether we have these options in mind, either do it ourselves, either to collaborate, or maybe be a vendor and outsource partner to a large enterprise. But I think a lot of startups, by and large, are seeking for some sort of B2B channel partner to be able to get their traction scale a lot faster. Because you can just move a lot more impactful by gaining a lot more traction through opening up channels with partnerships. So this is one of the things that we try to do best around the world, is to give our startups a platform to access corporates around the world, because that's the fastest way you can grow. To acquire customers on a piecemeal basis is just way too painful, because you're burning cash, and your return on acquisition is a lot slower. So, but when you face the question differently in terms of exits, I often, and again, this is putting the venture capital hat on, I often do recommend that if they can stretch out their path to exit to capture more value, is probably preferable.
And Ibrahim, to that same point of survival, how important for you is the financial sustainability versus the development mandate that you have? So how much can you actually burn on companies? How big is your funnel? And how do you carry them through your offerings over time? If you could just give us some numbers on applicants across the program lifecycle.
So basically, what we are trying to focus when we design our products is how we create sustainability in the ecosystem, because the government support and fund will not last. So our job is actually to create the ecosystem and integrate all the components of the ecosystem, and within the next 3 to 4 or 5 years, we will step out and focus on something new, so we can make the ecosystem work smoothly. So what we do is the NTDB is a fund with a 2.5 billion real to build the ecosystem in the next 5 years. So we dedicated part of the fund as a pure grant, so to focus on establishing new startups. For example, we dedicated 200 million real for the deal flow creation to support 1,000 projects over the next 3 years and transform these projects to the startups in the ecosystem. We have another type of grants to support the research and development and innovations in the startups and in the companies. We have another type of grants for the salary subsidies. We have 2 types of grants to relocate global startups, to bring them here in Saudi Arabia and help them to grow their business in the MENA region through Saudi Arabia. And the other grant is to help the local startups to expand to global markets. So I cannot give you a specific number because we have different kind of programs. So this is from the grant point of view. From the financing and providing debt, lending loans to the ecosystem, we have different programs. But I will give you one example. For example, last year we kicked off one of our programs that provide loans to the startups, to the tech startups. And what we do is to become their guarantor. So in the last year, we injected around 180 million real from our side, but we unlocked more than 700 million real as a financing to the ecosystem. So for each 1 real that we provided to the ecosystem as a support, we unlocked around 4.5 from the private sector.
Fantastic. And conscious of time, I see the counter just went to 0. Famous last question, of course. No panel without it. Is there anything we need to fix in the kitchen, Vijay, at this point? Or let's go through all of you.
Oh, sorry, no, go first. Series B.
I think to see the evolution of the startup ecosystem, particularly referencing the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it's been a phenomenal transformation just the last 3 years. The amount of public funds and VCs that has evolved, and funding, particularly at the early stage, seed to Series B, it's extraordinary. There's $1 billion worth of funding that took place, or deals took place this last year. If something is to be fixed, I think there's still room for growth, particularly at the pre-seed stage, to expand the capacity building in terms of attracting more entrepreneurs to go into more specialized areas, for example, in deep tech, space tech, tourism as an example. And that is really what we need to focus on, is to build deep expertise in each domain to allow for the maturing of these potential companies to be not successful, but to be regional champions, if not global champions around the world from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Nick, 10 seconds.
I was going to say, like, we were born in a house with no kitchen. So we managed to build our little kitchen, and we got a little cooker and stuff with it. We've gone past that, and now we're at like what we call growth stage. So Series B, Series C. And this is where the ecosystem needs maturing, because what Vijay and everybody's done now is created this whole pipeline of seed, Series A plus, these micro bridging rounds. But they're all entering into Series B territory, and that infrastructure is now not kept up with the earlier funding opportunities. So you have now a lot of VCs that are holding very good grade companies that need proper large-scale funding to go to Series C. And the B area, I think, is where a lot of investment and time and energy needs to be poured into now, because I think Vijay's probably going to have a lot of his portfolio companies now reaching that stage. And as 84% are surviving, he's going to have a big bag of Series A companies that are now needing to go to Series B. So I think we definitely need to invest a lot of energy into that area to create critical scale for some of these companies.
Thank you very, very much, gentlemen, for this wonderful panel. Join me in a round of applause for this panel. And I think we made it look or sound very easy, but let's hope it continues on that very positive trajectory. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Open doors to dream, to passion, to growth, to new opportunities, ambition, innovation. Wide open doors to building unique entrepreneurship, to creativity, to investment, evolution, to higher intelligence. All of these unique open doors for this unique time, to leadership, to success, to common good, worldwide. Once upon a time, there was a unique and mysterious place where the sun and the moon would shine day and night, where the infinite land and the sky would meet like nowhere other. where the grains of sand behold the finest secrets of our beautiful humanity and its striving to succeed in creating and accomplishing the best possible for the common good of all, for the common good of life.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم البقاء.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly be seated. We're going to start our entertainment now.
Seats. We're starting the entertainment segment shortly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, لنستمتع سوية بهذا العرض الترفيهي. السيدات والسادة الكرام، نحن على
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start with the direct session with Jamal Al-Muayyal, His Excellency Mr. Majid Al-Hujjail, the Minister of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing, under the title of the importance of entrepreneurship for economic development and the growth of the key sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Peace and blessing be upon you. Good evening. You are welcome you are most welcome in this session, which is about the vital role of the entrepreneurs and SMEs in the promising sectors in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the support and integrating role of the SMEs entrepreneurs and the current initiatives that support the entrepreneurs. We're going to talk with Mr. Majid Al-Hujjail, the Minister of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing. Good evening, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, let us start today under the solutions and facility services provided by the Kingdom. I would like to ask you about the impact. How do you see the impact and the significance of the entrepreneurs with respect to the growth and contribution to the economic sector at different sectors, and the role of the ministry in this respect? In the name of Allah, the merciful, most compassionate, and blessed be upon Prophet Muhammad and his companions. In fact, before I start, I would like first to express my appreciation and thanks to Munsha'at for this wonderful exhibition. In fact, those who visit the exhibition will understand clearly the significance of the entrepreneurs and will understand how today's government authorities, their role has changed and disrupted as enablers and facilitator of business in general. In particular, considering that all countries that who managed to contribute to the economic growth and to GDP were mainly dependent on the entrepreneurs. For instance, the USA or China and others, we see the figures exceeded 50-60% of the GDP were driven or achieved by the entrepreneurs. So no doubt that today the entrepreneurs has become they have a major role in creating jobs, diversifying the businesses, improving quality services, and we may notice that the 2030 vision has developed a certain objectives to reach 35% by 2030, and hopefully that we see the impact by figures we exceeded 28% from the GDP. And this shows that there's integration either between or by the government entities in facilitating or by the entrepreneurs themselves. So all and the visitors of this exhibition will understand clearly the significance of the importance of the importance that the government lays on the entrepreneurs. What do you have at the ministry? What is the role of the ministry in particular in facilitating and services to the entrepreneurs? MUMRA, in fact, is the and housing, Ministry of Municipal and Rural Affairs and Housing has a very active role. Will provide like 40% of the services in the city, or 60% or more of the trade services. We have direct and indirect relationship with this trade and businesses. In the investor journey, the ministry has a role to play in this journey, believing of the significance of the role of the entrepreneurs. And also we have prepared during the past 2 years on how to be an enabler or facilitator for this sector. And our exhibition here explains the opportunities we provide, the licenses, other facilities and procedures we provide, the role of ministry to facilitate the experience of the investor and the entrepreneur in all his journey, throughout his journey. Your Excellency, today we're talking about the support of the SME to the SMEs. We did not exceed or not to exceed the important, significant role played by MUMRA and housing. I would like to talk more in details about the programs that support to enable these SMEs and to promote their role within the municipality and the housing sector. When I have mentioned a while ago that the role of MUMRA is today we are existing or present at more than 21,000 house population gathering. The contractors who have the major or greatest number of contractors of SMEs, contractors and companies. We deal with them in our projects. However, today the municipality sector has a journey that 70% of activities in the municipality sector will be allocated and provide a chance for the private sector in such type of work. So the role of SMEs is very important, very active, and this strategic relationship with the different types of activities, starting from the contracting, roads, other projects, all the way to the waste management, on investment or municipality issues, etc., etc., labs, etc. So we can see a very major role of the entrepreneurs in the future. Also the licenses or the permits that we provide. Today we sense the significance that the one who issue the conditions and the licenses are the businessmen. And we are very much, we have direct meetings with the chambers of commerce who represent the businessmen and women. And we have the third sector, such as Mukatafa and other societies, that reflects the voice of the private sector, of the public, to make sure that any conditions we develop is their aspiration of the business, because they are the one who will have the experience, they know what they know, what they need. They understand how can they facilitate the work. So our role is just to double check, to verify that, or to ensure the fair, competitive, quality of services, ensure the governance, and to ensure the safety, health, safety, etc. This is our role in the municipality sector. Municipal sector. Your Excellency, about to get the objectives of the stakeholders, understand the objectives, and apply them in partnership with the private sector. This is a very important question here. What about the SMEs? What about the objectives that we receive from, or the aspirations are, or their needs in particular, the needs of SMEs? How you deal with that? To continue my answer here, my briefest answer. Today we have formed in the license sector and the compliance sector, we have 11 sectoral councils, where each sector has been represented at the ministry. The purpose today is to move from those people who give legislatures, who provide, or the lawmakers who lack experience, to involve more the private sector in this area, including the entrepreneurs. In these different councils, we receive many entrepreneurs who they said they would like to cloud kitchen, for instance. At the municipality, you don't have license for that. So, would like to do, for instance, specific activity. You'd like permits or license in this area. So we called them. When we sat together, they were very concerned that this such chances, like sandbox or whatever. So instead of bring you as a consultant, let us start with some people, be more proactive on the activities, so to cope up and catch up with others, to enable all different activities, to find the legal ground in license and to practice their profession. Theoretically, this is very easy, but when applying it in practical, it's quite difficult. Some investors, they have some challenges that we're aspiring to have we're aspiring to have to be more dynamic in giving licenses and permits than before. This is, we can see, you can sense, in fact. Let us go back to, you are a man of experience in the private sector and in the public sector as well. So today we are with the entrepreneurs and SMEs. If you would like to talk about the challenges and to brief us on this from your own experience, And the advice you are giving to them, what would you say about that? In fact, practicing a specific activity or business or new business is not an easy task. Not easy and not difficult as well. So when you visit the different gates we have in this exhibition, you will understand the professionalism that you will need in entrepreneurship. Sometimes we be very hasty in involving in this given decisions without due consideration and study. And always I used to say that at the beginning of each business needs 3 deep phases to be very clear from the very beginning for the investor, whereby he can ensure that investment will not be lost before establishment, during the establishment, and operation, and post-establishment. So if first the pre-establishment phase, that is to say, decide, shall I go or not go, invest or not invest? Apart from the emotional side or sentimental side, sometimes we feel emotional about this. It might be a good idea. How can I leave it? And have to maintain the balance between reason and emotion. There is some kind of very bold ideas. Some might think it will not succeed, but they succeed. But today, the idea that I provide or bricks that I submit, what is it exactly? What is it about? What I am going to provide here, a product or service compared to what already exists in the market. I'm going to add something to that, or I'm going to be suffice with what is already provided by the market. Shall I do feasibility study according to the potential I have? Can I do that? At what scale? Major, small, medium scale, or after responding to all these questions and consulting with people of experience, the think tanks, through the feasibility study, and by the specialized people, today now the information are more available, very easily accessible in the municipal sector or other government sector. Information are easily accessible, are easily accessed, and even at the municipal sector we are doing our best to enable. Through Baladi you have many information, number of new businesses open, and also those who closed also their businesses. Today, after doing all this, be re-establishment, and you understand clearly what you need exactly, then you take decision, shall I start or not? Or consider this activity is not the one good for me, for instance. Sometimes or not the right time maybe, or I lack the potential or capacities to start such businesses. During the establishment phase, we start doing the feasibility study, the structure, employment, to hire the right people, do the governance requirements, how to start with the estimate the investments I need, the capital investment or operational expenditures, so as not spend all my capital on the establishment, and when I start the project I find nothing left. For one reason or another, I couldn't sell, I could not generate revenues or whatever, so I cannot pay my salaries, etc., etc. And then I will fail and close down the business. So when starting the establishment phase, I start operation, and the follow-up, governance, correction, if any needed, if there are any more things need to be corrected, how to start my business. So each of these 3 phases, I really hope that my colleagues, the startups, I think the Abwab have provided different opportunities, how to consult, how to seek advice, and also in these different areas. We learned a lot from meeting you. Are really benefited a lot from the information that you have provided, Your Excellency. I would like to thank you so much for all this rich information. Hoping that I wish all the success, all the entrepreneurs and the SMEs in that empowerment that conducted by the government entities represented by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing and other, and Mushat and others. Thank you so much, Excellency. Thank you so much, Excellency.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We are going to resume our program after a while.
Remain on your seats. We're continuing with our program momentarily. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is His Excellency Stefan Graf. He's the governor of the National Development Fund of Saudi Arabia, speaking about the role of the development funds in entrepreneurship and unlocking new sectors.
Assalamu alaikum, Jumilian. As the moderator said, my name is Steve Groff. I'm the governor of the National Development Fund, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about the National Development Fund, the work that we're doing, and how we aim to support SME development in the kingdom, and indeed more broadly, and eventually even more broadly beyond the kingdom, perhaps. So I think it's first important to acknowledge that the development finance has a very long legacy in the kingdom, beginning back in 1962 with the establishment of the Agricultural Development Fund. And over the last, more than 50 years, there's been a regular establishment of new funds, and that has sped up in more recent years following the advent of Vision 2030 and the work at trying to help diversify the economy, in particular helping support the growth of and development of SMEs in the country. And NDF views our responsibility as very critical in ensuring that this ecosystem of development funds and development finance organizations in the kingdom have the support that's necessary to ensure that SMEs and MSMEs indeed have the support to grow, to thrive, to create jobs, and indeed, most importantly, to help diversify the economy of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So NDF was established by virtue of a royal order in 2017. 2018 was a year of sort of consolidation, thinking through what the draft of the strategy might look like, and what the kind of work that would be required in order to establish this new institution. And NDF thus was, I arrived in 2019 as the governor of this new institution, and we very quickly set about establishing what our strategy would be. And that strategy really consists of 5 separate pillars, which is first orchestrating development support across the ecosystem of development funds and banks in the kingdom, to ensure sustainability at the NDF level. And when I say sustainability, I really mean sustainability both financially, but also sustainability from a broader perspective, where we take not just a financial return view, but we take an economic return view. So we don't think just solely about what the economic returns are or the immediate economic returns. We're able to take a perspective that considers that returns to the broader economy at a higher level. We also take very seriously our role as an enabler of private sector development, of private sector funding, and of partnerships. And indeed, the work that we're doing with all of the funds and banks in our ecosystem is to ensure that this kind of additionality is taken to heart, that we're not just thinking about how much we're dispersing, we're not just thinking about the volume of finance that we're making available to the private sector, but we're really thinking about how is that catalytic in this ecosystem to ensure that we're getting more value for the resources that we're putting on the table, and that we're not really competing with the private sector, we're not competing with the private providers of finance, but rather helping make sure that those resources are aimed in such a way that they have impact and that they create jobs and that they ensure sustainability and more broadly across the economy. We also have an important role of enhancing ecosystem impact and efficiency. So if you look very simply at what a development finance institution does in an economy, it's the provision of finance. But we really need to think about that not just from the perspective of the volume of finance that's made available in the ecosystem, but what's the impact of that finance. So a private sector investor is concerned with what their returns are, and that's natural. But a development finance institution and the entire ecosystem of NDF funds and banks needs to be thinking about what are the number of jobs we're creating, what is the amount of capital that we're unlocking more broadly across the economy, what are the new sectors that we're opening up or supporting opening up in the economy, and things like that. So it's a much broader perspective that we take. But we also have to look very critically at the efficiency with which we provide that kind of support. So it's not just the volume, it's not just the impact, but it's making sure that we're getting value for that from an economic and ultimately a financial perspective. And lastly, of course, we're thinking about the development of NDF as an institution. We think of ourselves as the Kingdom's development finance institution, supporting the ecosystem of funds and banks that exist here. But we also want to model ourselves under those institutions globally that have very, very good and positive backgrounds, very, very good reputations in the market. So if you think of institutions like KfW in Germany or the China Development Bank, these are premier development finance institutions in the G20, and so NDF is really modeling itself after those types of institutions aimed at supporting the development finance in the kingdom more broadly. Our portfolio of entities that we supervise is really broken up into 3 specific areas. First are more sector-focused funds, such as the Industrial Development Fund, the Agriculture Fund, the Cultural Fund, the Real Estate Fund. We also have segment-focused, which is the SDB, the Social Development Bank, and the newly formed, as of late last year, SME Bank, which you've heard of in many different presentations during this week. We also have activity-focused funds such as the Exim Bank, the Human Resources Development Fund, and the newly established or soon-to-be established Infrastructure Fund. Now, the importance of MSMEs, this is not an audience I need to convince of the importance of SMEs in any economy. In the Kingdom's economy, it represents 99% of businesses in the country. It represents 66% of job creation. And the objective of the vision, or the goal of the vision, is to have it contribute at 35% of GDP by 2030, and now it's sort of in the mid-20% of the economy. So there's a huge pickup that needs to be done, and we view the responsibility of NDF as critical in ensuring that the finance is available to those institutions that are providing this type of support to the broadening and deepening of the SME sector in the kingdom. And indeed, the SMEs are the backbone of all G20 economies. They're what enables growth, is what enables job creation. And if you look at a lot of the large projects that are being invested in across this country, MSMEs are going to play a critical role both upstream and downstream of those large investments in the country. And so if you think about the automotive industry in Germany, the automotive industry in Germany is very much driven by MSMEs upstream and downstream of the big, well-known brands in that country. And indeed, that will need to be the case in this country. And NDF, through support to the SME Bank, through support to the Industrial Development Fund, through support to the Infrastructure Fund or the Social Development Bank, can play a critical role in making sure that that kind of finance is available to MSMEs in the long run. Now, currently, we have about 17 billion real of support to the MSME sector. If you consider the contributions of Kafala, which is now under the purview of the SME Bank, that number more than doubles. So there's a considerable amount of support out there already, but we're really looking at ways that we can leverage additional support to ensure that the ecosystem is functioning smoothly, to ensure that SMEs have the kinds of investments, have the kinds of tools and instruments that are necessary to grow, and again, contribute to the diversification of the Saudi economy, to job growth in the kingdom, and to opening up of new important sectors. Of course, this kind of assistance is provided through almost all of our funds. I think notably, of course, the Social Development Bank plays a critical role here, but also the Industrial Development Fund, the Tourism Development Fund, the Cultural Development Fund, Saudi Exim, and others all play a critical role in providing the kind of support that's necessary to see changes on the ground. Now, also NDF has to consider its role not just as a provider of finance or backstop of finance in this case, but also think about the role that we have with respect to trying to orchestrate across a larger ecosystem. So we have the funds and banks that we support, but we also work very closely with other government entities and others in the ecosystem to ensure not only is the financial support available and ready to be put into the ecosystem, but also the non-financial support is there. So we have the ability to work with members of our board. The last speaker, His Excellency Al Hogail, of course, is a member of our board, but we have 11 other ministers that are members of our board. So as we think about the challenges that SMEs face, or the challenges that some of our funds and banks face with respect to providing that finance, providing that support, the degree which those are policy-oriented. NDF itself is not a policy institution, but we do have a very powerful board, indeed chaired by His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and so we can bring to the attention of this, our board members, some of the challenges that SMEs face, or some of the challenges our institutions and organizations face in making sure that the amount of finance that's necessary to grow this important sector or segment of the economy is available. So those are, I think, really a very quick sort of 40,000-foot summary of where NDF stands and the role that we play and that we aspire to play in the economy. But also, I think importantly, is the journey that we're on, not only towards providing finance to the capital that we have, but to prepare for NDF becoming a capital market-facing entity in the long run. So we're in the process with our board of directors of identifying ways in which NDF can better utilize, better leverage the capital that we have at our disposal to increase the amount of resources that are available to our ecosystem. So currently, the total value of the capital of NDF is just shy of about 500 billion real. And there's no leverage in that. So there's no issuance of any kind of security. There's no issuance of debt at the capital market level. And there's a real opportunity, if you look at comparable institutions globally, for the kind of leverage that you can get with capital and equity of that magnitude. So right now, we're putting approximately in total, including SMEs, a total of about 60 billion rial into the Saudi economy on an annual basis. We can grow that with some degree of volume just by thinking about how do we more efficiently use the capital that we have at our disposal. How do we start to think about securitization, issuance of sukuk or other forms of debt into the capital markets, and that can help make sure that we're using these resources much more efficiently and effectively, and indeed much more volume to support the growing needs of the economy. We forecast that we can increase that 60 billion to by 10 billion, 20 billion a year with this kind of better utilization of the resources that we have already at our disposal. So that's really, as we near the end of my time, I think the one thing I'd like to leave you with is just a thought that we aspire to not just only coordinate the activities of all the different funds and banks that we work with, the 12 different funds and banks that we work with, but really to become a unified force that can help transform, can help the country reach these tremendous aspirations as represented in the vision and the other aspirations that this country has. And we really value the opportunity to play that role and to support these tremendous vision that this country has. And indeed, of course, I think it's also very exciting for me personally, working with these funds and banks, working with my colleagues at NDF, because we have a lot of very young, very energetic, very eager people that we're working with who really recognize the potential that this country has, really recognize the vision that His Royal Highness has put forward. And we really work hard to support that and make sure that financial resources are available to support that vision, that we're using the resources that are in the ecosystem already in such a way that we can, again, help support achievement of the vision, help support the achievement of the different sectoral goals that each of the different ministries has. So we really view our role as not a regulator in that sense, but really an enabler to make sure that these resources are available, to make sure that we can support achievement of the vision in the coming years ahead. So with that, I thank you all very much, and I thank the organizer, Monshot, for inviting me today, and I look forward to contributing more to this in the future. Shukran, jazilan.
السيدات والسادة الكرام نأمل.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to remain seated. We'll continue and resume our program after a few seconds.
Continuing our program momentarily. نود أن نلفت انتباهكم إلى أن خدمة الترجمة الفورية.
We'd like to draw your attention that simultaneous interpretation is available all over the conference from Arabic to English and from English to Arabic.
Ladies and gentlemen, please note that simultaneous interpretation is available throughout this multaqa. Please make use of the simultaneous interpretation headsets provided by our hosts.
Hi, I'm Iftikhar Sheikh from South Africa, co-founder of Vitruvian MD.
Hi, I'm Soumya Dabriwal from India. Project Bala is revolutionizing menstrual hygiene across developing countries.
أنا صلاح الغيدان
My name is Salah Al-Ghaidan, co-founder and CEO of Ta'thir for Media Production.
I'm Lisa from VisualCam. We are a Korean company providing an AI-based eye tracking software to let our partners enhance their products and solutions, as well as export data to answer questions about what behaviors drive outcomes.
معكم الدكتور ماجد المنصوري.
My name is Dr. Majid Al-Mansouri, co-founder of Nuqta, the first Saudi platform for NTFs on the blockchain.
From the U.S., Chief Revenue Officer of XL8 Inc.
أهلا أنا مزون أشرف.
Welcome, this is Muzun Ashgar, the CEO and the founder of Skincare Muzun, a Saudi brand.
Startups exist while they're born.
أنا كنت أحد المستهلكين.
I was one of the consumers of jobs. Now I'm a creator of jobs.
That girls were skipping school due to poor menstrual health facilities. I started my entrepreneurial journey as a 21-year-old.
بدأنا من 2015.
We started in 2015. I started by creating and manufacturing at home, and now we have a full women working manufacturers for cosmetics in Saudi.
Companies and industries with easy access to eye tracking from anywhere at any time.
في السوق الإعلامي في
The media market in Saudi Arabia, it's of huge opportunities, especially with 2030 vision.
With societal myths surrounding menstrual health and hygiene.
وكستارت اب سعودي
أول شركة ناشئة ومنصة
في السعودية أكيد.
First platform in Saudi Arabia, we faced a lot of challenges.
By making it all about our customers and listening to their pain points.
من بداياتنا من 2015.
Since we started in 2015, we faced a lot of challenges, like the permission for the manufacturer, for the factory, also the supply chain for all of the products from importing to exporting, and also the financing of the project to expand.
They're here to disrupt. They're here to develop new solutions to positively impact future generations.
With enough confidence, a lot of hard work and commitment, we were able to achieve our goal in creating something new on a legacy market that heavily relied on hardware equipments.
واحد من مشاريعنا.
One of our products is 200 people working on one of them.
We've impacted 450,000 women and girls across 4 countries and generated employment for 100 women in India.
بالتعاون مع الجهات الحكومية المختصة.
In cooperation with the governmental entities and partners, we could overcome these challenges.
If you believe in yourself and work hard to achieve your goals.
نصيحتي لكل رواد الأعمال.
My advice for all of the pioneers is to find new ideas and new sources of income and sources of...
For your dreams.
With over 1 billion people on the African continent, if we want to create a healthy population, we need intelligent ways of allocating resources to impact as many people as possible.
Biban.
Opportunities. Biban.
For us,
Asna.
Al Rieda.
السيدات والسادة الكرام.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to have a session called Kingdom Unifies Efforts for Expansion in Small and Medium Enterprises in Saudi Arabia, moderated by Mr. Talat Zaki Hafid, the author and economic analyst in Riyadh newspapers and Arab News. Our speakers will be His Royal Highness Sultan bin Khalid bin Saud, the CEO of the Industrial Fund. Also, His Highness Dr. Nabil Koshek, the CEO of the Saudi Company for Courageous Investing. Also, Mr. Hammam Hashim, the General Manager of Kafala Small Enterprise Funding Program.
والله تعمل بجيك القصور مني والله تعمل ما عليك احنا اللي نجيك الله يحفظك.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. In the name of Allah, praise and peace be upon our Prophet. Dear audience, peace, mercy and blessings be upon you. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia unified efforts to fund small and medium enterprises in Saudi Arabia. This is our title for our coming session. As you all know, the small and medium enterprise section is very important, including very small enterprises. They have an economic role which they play in Saudi Arabia. Some entities are responsible for generating employments and also are responsible for a high number of jobs around the world. As recognition for this sector by the Saudi government, they know that this government this section has more than 90% of small and medium enterprises in the company sector and employs over 62% of jobs in the market. So the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in fact, has enhanced its support for this support, either through programs, initiatives, and development funds aiming to fund the small and medium enterprise system in the kingdom. Also, they found solutions for funding and for venture investments. In this session, we will try to speak to more than one development fund in the unification of their efforts in the small and medium enterprises sector. Allow me please to welcome everyone on behalf of us, to welcome His Royal Highness Prince Sultan Al Saud. Very happy to participate with you today, in fact, and I'd like to express my sincere thanks to His Highness the Minister of Commerce and also His Highness the Governor of Small and Medium Enterprises Authority, and also our female colleagues in Munshaat for the great organization and this very optimistic and positive forum. Thank you. I also welcome His Highness Dr. Nabil Koshek, the CEO of the Saudi Company for Venture Investing. It's our honor to have you today. Also welcome Mr. Hammam Hashim. He's the CEO and General Manager for the Kafala program. I also welcome Mr. Ibrahim Rashid, the Head of Social Development Committee. Let's start with you, Your Highness. Let's have a brief over your journey. You've had 49 years of experience and you're completing 50 years. The stereotype about the fund is that it funds only big companies, which is not true in my belief. How does the fund work with small and medium enterprises, and what are the statistics and the proportions of companies? Thank you, Mr. Talat, for this question. The fund has started its journey in supporting small and medium enterprises since it was established in 1974. In that period, which was the first development stage in the kingdom, if we look at the total industrial generation or product, it was 4 million riyal in 1979. The fund was established, and also the government has created a number of qualitative programs, including the Jubail Industrial City and also the company SABIC, or maybe the most important project, which is the gas compilation project. All these projects up to this very day have had their number of products or productivity doubling by more than 100 times. The fund has started funding all these entities during time or within time. This thing has developed, and we've been funding more than the number we had before in terms of small and medium enterprises, not only in the region but also around the world. So the journey started very early since the fund was established. The second part of your question, today when we look at the virtual portfolio of the industrial fund, we'll find that 80% of our clients are small and medium enterprises. In terms of amounts and funding, they constitute 20% of the fund's portfolio. If we compare these to the private and banking sectors, the fund constitutes double or three times, triple these amounts. Another question, Your Highness, about the economical impact, about the GDP. The question is for Dr. Nabil. Dr. Nabil, this is not a courtesy, but really, in fact, the year 2018 was a very unique year with more than 2 billion riyals in value. These years have been quick. We've seen leverage, we've seen numbers double. What are the most prominent achievements in this small period? There's more than one measure to measure the program. What is the economic or funding gap that it should have funded? It exists in the small and medium enterprises sector. It is basically the investment funding. We have, Your Highness, what is the difference between these two? The difference is loan funding. Loan funding is returned through a period of time, through margins, interest, and these things. But the difference here is that the other type of funding is exchanged for a share in the company, so that you become an investor and you become part of the company when it is IPO'd in the stock market. So in return for the funding, you're a partner in risks and opportunities of growth for this company. We've seen a number of companies grow very rapidly. If we compare 2018 in particular, the total investment in emerging companies in the kingdom was only $60 million. In 2022, we've achieved more than $1 billion. So it is 17 times double the original amount. If we compare this to the emerging markets in other places around the world, we are the most rapid and quick market. There are two types of funds that we mainly support: the world investment funds. These are high risk but have a high probability of succeeding because they have good revenues connected to technology. That's why they're called world investment funds. And we also have the private equity funds for small and medium enterprises that have growth, but that's not as rapid as the other ones. There is the third type also of funds, which is the courageous debt or bold debt. We have the venture debt, and the third type is the private debt, which is called private equity, but in fact it is a type of debt. These four types of funds exist. Our portfolio is 90% a portfolio of funds, 10% is partnerships with investors. We don't go through rounds and we don't contribute in funding companies. We on the other hand, we contribute in filling any funding gaps and also contribute in strategic partnerships and investments. The portfolio has 34 funds in the last few years. These funds have contributed to around 920 investment rounds. They've contributed to 573 emerging companies in 4 years. This jump, in fact, has been a big jump. Was there thirst in the kingdom for venture investment? What is the reason for this big jump? Let's say that we have been a little bit late in this type of companies, but in fact the Vision 2030 in the kingdom had stipulated care and interest in small and medium enterprises. It has launched a number of programs, including the Saudi company for venture investing, which means there have been more interest in this sector because it's a very important sector in the market. In financial markets, for example, in the UAE, in the USA, the largest 10 companies in the USA stock market started and were supported by venture investment and angel investment, which means these countries around the world had given such interest in these types of funding. It is high risk, it is long term because each fund is 10 years long, and also it combines
However, of course, when you talk about this type of investments, very important and very tangible, actually, for the diversification of digitalization, all sectors that talk about technology and education, fintech, and for example, and health education, we can actually touch the importance of such kind of important technology and this kind of investment as well. Abu Umar, for example, you have a great knowledge. A kafala program that is used in banks as well. It has long history. I mean, since the year 2006. And then with a capital 200 million, so which the double number. In addition to the so many numerous companies that have been supported actually based on this great program. The Kafala program is a program that really guarantees the SMEs and supports them before, for example, licensed financing companies by the central bank, and it came through the industrial fund. It was an initiative from the industrial fund, which was launched in 2006 with the partnership of all the Saudi banks, in addition to the Minister of Finance as well, 200 million Saudi riyals, and partially distributed and between the two parts as well. Since the year 2006 until 2018, Kafala program has provided one single product, and what was the most important, which really established the mechanism for all the procedures and measures as well for the issuance of guarantees as well. This included, it's within the international networks of the international guarantee programs, and it brought the know-how inside the program and established such kind of thing. In 2008, I mean, with the launch of the Vision 2030, and I mean, the program started, and it started to enhance, I mean, the capital, as you said, and the capital has been doubled to 1.2 billion riyals, and since that time, I mean, the diversification program started. So we will launch one product until the phase of launching 18 products. Well, today, for example, the current portfolio of Kafala program exceeds 30 billion Saudi riyals, and today Kafala program launched, for example, since it was established and started on the first day of its exciting 77 billion Saudi riyals, that the SMEs benefited from such a program through 55,000 kafalas in sponsorship, and generating 1,700,000 jobs as well within the program itself. The impact based on a study that has been conducted, newly conducted, along with the Center Research of King Fahd for Petrol and Minerals University, that proved that for example, the impact in 2018 was between 2.6 billion annual Saudi riyals until 4 billion Saudi riyals, for example, as a financial impact, and the percentage of jobs increased in startups or companies that have got the program of Kafala within 2 years, since the until 53 or 56%. It might be different according to the sector. If it is the health industrial, which can actually comply with the Vision of 2030 of the Kingdom of Mr. Ibrahim Rashid, in the social bank. I I like this, and of course, I like that the bank, for example, has very large plans that led to what we can see right now. And I think today we have a new strategy. We need strategy. Now, if really talk about the most important accomplishment, achievements, and the new strategies, for example, the launch of new strategies. I always, for example, like, to call the bank as a startup, and it has been actually initiated with the foundation of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. For example, all the funds, for example, that were established during the age of King Faisal, may Allah bless his soul, like the Shul Development Bank that time, for it was the borrowing and saving bank at that time, and the capital was 4 million Saudi riyals that time. That was its capital, was the small startup, and the highest value, for example, that can be provided as loans, 15,000 only as loans, and through years and across years, until the capital has been estimated by the support of the leader, for example, by 45 billion 400 million. And this is the largest bank in the social investment field and area, and in supporting as well the micro enterprises. And the bank, for example, has undergone a number of changes. I'm talking about the last phase only, not only the old or the previous stages or phases 6 years ago, and with the Vision 2030. I mean, there has been restructuring the social bank fundamentally, in addition to, for example, the regaining, naming it from the borrowing to loans to the social bank as well. I mean, development has a great significance, that the loans of the bank must have a development impact on the ground. And at the same time, they are loans that do not focus on generating profits. At the same time, they are actually they aim to develop the local provinces, to develop the community, and to enable the individual, for example, to stand on his feet. That's the reason why today the bank has become able to communicate with the three entities in the community, the most important of which is the business sector. And at the same time, and thanks to God, and after restructuring of the bank, which had taken place in the bank, I mean, the budget has been doubled, and through 1/3 of the budget of the bank has been allocated for financing, startups. Last year only, we came to finance, for example, more than 8,000 SMEs, with a value closer to 5 billion Saudi riyals, and this is historic, value in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition, we came to finance and fund with 3.5 billion for free businesses that are done by the freelancers or the productive families. According to the statistics today that we are following, that really the freelancers, for example, is provided the loan, and that we can actually make sure after 2 years we find him that he opened the registered commercial registration. This is an embodiment of the great interpretation and good performance of the client as well. One of the most important responsibility of the bank is to facilitate thoughts and ideas to customers, and helping the customers well to construct their business plans and the visibility studies. The bank is playing an important role in all the provinces, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, 25 branches. And what is going on today, for example, we changed all the branches from branches to become electronic to the clients of the bank, not only based on the employees, where, for example, the offices can work as incubators and accelerators as well. I hope that you visited the stand of the bank as well. It's this District 30. This is the new name that expresses the works of the bank as well. What I want to come up with is that the growth that has been achieved, as well as asked by Abu Nada, that what happened, for example, was based on the small startups during since the age of King Faisal, and now it has become a bank that targets the SMEs and startups in the free business as well, being the largest bank in the Middle East. And Your Excellency, the economic impact is very important, and you mentioned the number, for example, as for the big players, for example, the size controls, but the impact is the economic impact is very important, for example, for generating jobs and for example, to impact other business as well. But they have a different question. The pandemic, for example, may Allah forbid, the government exerted tangible efforts to save a number of companies as well. What about the role of the fund, for example, in saving the companies as well? I would like to comment on the first point because it's very important and very significant. At the same time, I would like to clarify to the audience, for example, we talked about, for example, the first phase of development, and but the phase that we're living right now and witnessing as well, along with the very special vision of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is completely different. I give you as an example of the impact that the industrial, actually, income has been doubled during this period of time. If you talk about the industrial fund, which is actually has something common with the other development funds, but the industrial fund, since the Vision 2030 was launched until today, for him, the total of the expenditure and spending on a new project was equivalent to what has been spent in the first 35 years since its history. And this is actually the volume of investment the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, not only in traditional projects but specific projects. Was there any conservative perspectives? It's one of the things that we took into consideration. The ambitions of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia based on the vision, actually invite us to behave in a different way by taking high percentage of risk and creating a new economic complicated sectors as well. And with the expansion, the large expansion as well, that you can see the majority of all of those loans, for example, are directed to electric cars, like in King Abdullah Economic City, for example, in the western province of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, in addition to the heavy industries, along with Prince Salman projects in Ras Al Khair, that opens a new horizons for a number of industries and hydrogen-based industries like a green in Yom City, or the blue hydrogen and Jubail. All of these projects are very specific and very special as well. In addition to the value chain in the industrial sector is very different, because the impact actually that comes from the industrial sector is higher, and it does not generate directly, for example, new fields for the SMEs in industry, but for everything, either, for example, services, sales, or for example, the services after sales services. And what's going on in the ground right now is very promising and very optimizing. All the indices, in addition to the type of the projects right now, are very different, and not only, for example, the industrial fund, but all the funds, all the development funds that actually with all its components, as regards, for example, the value added, the economic value, as well as the projects of the portfolio, exercising 100 billion in the GDP, industrial GDP, where, for example, 36 billion are used, for example, for prime materials, and the total of jobs generated, for example, is 470,000 jobs, indirect jobs, and direct and indirect jobs that support the work of these kind of fences. Even the local content, for example, has been enriched by you, by the social bank. Your Excellency, for example, Dr. Nabil, and the venture capital is always has high risk, and I think that really the funds that you provide, for example, can revolve itself. How can you balance the risk and what is the social impact, the economic impact, for example, locally, or in creating jobs as well, since for example, since the beginning of the company? There is an update as for the volume of the fund, for example, till yesterday was 2.8, and yesterday, for example, was it was the support under, for example, the umbrella of the social bank and industrial fund as well, with an increase 3.2 billion Saudi riyal. So the total is 6 billion, and so continue, for example, for the 3 years to come. And why? Because one of the angel investments is long run, is a long run type of investment. That's why you need the similar models in different countries as well, so as to complete to a specific phase, and the outcomes might be after 7 years, the outcomes, or 10 years, until from 7 to 10 years. And from here we start the phase of recycling, for example, the recycling phase of through, for example, initiating new funds and new startups, and thereby, because you have 10 years, the circle is from 7 to 10 years, for example, until we reach the outcomes. And these outcomes, for example, that can generate the incomes through the investment in funds as well, they can be rejected in new funds, in new sectors, in the growth, different growth phases, so as to set everything right before the phase aid until the outcomes. Including, for example, the preliminary stages until early stage, until growth, and then offering. Then we have, for example, now we have the phases before the offering, the public offering, and the phases, and we sometimes we have other funds as well that concentrate on the companies on its primary phase. So to cover all of these different sectors, in addition to the different growth phases, we need to continue with this great finance and investment finance as well to complete, for example, the loan system in addition to the other financial solutions. Well, the most important thing that took place that we have two funds, for example, last year that really wanted to apply for the program, and the latter and the final phase, so as to have the resolution from the investment committee. They said, thank you very much, you moved the sector, we don't need, for example, your support. Yeah, to that extent. So, and this the fund, for example, I mean, could collect the, I mean, finance from corporate, companies, zero support from the public support. That was a great achievement for all of us. And the other remark that happened, or what we have seen in the last 6 months, was to invest, let me say, and the largest angel investment companies in the world, for example, they are, in addition to the other startups in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, from Sequoia, Jason Herald, in the then Tiger Global, General Atlantic, for example, they are now opening an office in Riyadh. So that was a dream, for example, to convince international startups to come to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It's unprecedented, something exceptional. And we, in addition to many projects, for example, did not complete because there was no finance. But now, for example, we have the angel investor in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and we have the angel investment funds as well that enhance, for example, the work of these companies during its different growth phases and in different sectors as well. Mr. Hammam, I would like to ask you a similar question, sir. I mean, but the program, is pretty good, and the journey is pretty good as well, don't have any doubt. But the program, however, what is known about the program is it doesn't bear risks, it doesn't actually take risks as well. Today, we have seen, for example, the problems that might be 0.5, less than 1%, but the international average from 5 to 20%. Is this, for example, an obstacle for the expansion in supporting the startups and SMEs? It's a great and remarkable question, as a matter of fact. We need, for example, to look at the journey of the program, how much it created, and since we launched the products as well. The percentage of the program was estimated but in the first year that has been actually announced by the central bank, in total of the finance that has been given to SMEs through the financial licensed institutions and banks as well, did not exceed 4.5%, and the value of the funding as well, 119 billion Saudi riyals in the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. The total funding of the central bank to SMEs has been estimated to 129 billion Saudi riyals. And with this rise as well, more than 111% as well, Kafala program, its market share has been increased from 4.5 to more than 12%, and thereby. And the program, for example, is growing, for example, 6 times more within the normal average, growth average. That's the program works. I want to make sure whether or not this program is effective or not. In the first year, the program financed 39 startups or SMEs. For the time being, today, in every single day, for example, is actually achieving double than this number, more than this number. And today, for example, what we do in a day actually is very much like what you have done in a year. So as for the risk percentage in the program, it is today, for example, it's controlled and under control because of the type of efficiency and effectiveness of the models that we are applying, for example, so as to bear the risks that can be seen in the program. So we share the risks with the financing institution or entities, and between us and between the public partnerships that really enter with us. And now we have 17 different entities as well, such as the Ministry of Tourism. We have, for instance, the technology sector. We have industry. We have a number of sectors as well. We participate with them and we share them the risks. And what matters is not to achieve profits, but to keep the capital and to continue the program. For example, if you look at the balance sheet of the program, it's net. It doesn't lose, but actually raises the efficiency. For example, and this is what matters us most, is to use the capital and distribute the capital, and at the same time we direct the resources, for example, or the funds, for example, towards the sectors that serve jobs and generate jobs, or that can have a positive impact on the GDP. And these are the two things, the most important things that we care about. So the program as well has been working so hard on development programs. We have the programs that are confined to support business ladies, and today we have 80% growth rate in the business and women business. We have programs for the promising provinces and remote areas as well. That's the reason its importance focuses on development, not profits. So what matters us is to continue this program, to keep the capital intact as well, and to have the social impact and the positive impact. Mr. Ibrahim, when you look at the social bank, for example, you might think about the social part, the social role, and the commercial part, or you might say that I focus on the companies, I give them with prices, supporting prices, as if you're encouraging these companies as well. For example, do you have any social aspect and economic, or you have a mix of both? The message, we have a social message which is really strong in the financing programs, simply because the class that we are trying to serve, for example, cannot take the loans, or can take the finance or the funding from the commercial companies, for example, because the financial institutions do not give loans to startups. They give loans only to the current companies that achieve profits. Any entity, for example, any company provides loans to specific type of startups, it must be with a development social message, especially in outside the main cities, like remote areas. The bank, for instance, praise be to Allah, nearly on a daily basis, for example, signs with 20 companies. From 6 to 70% of the companies and startups, for example, are outside the main cities. Our main goal, for example, is to have local development in all provinces in the kingdom, at the same time to serve our clients in any phase of their development. And generally speaking, there are 3 phases. For example, the idea, and we call it, for example, the startups, as we can, and then we provide them actually with 500,000 as a percentage of funding. And in the second phase, for example, in the 3 years phase of the startups, we provide, for example, funding which is closer to 4 million. And if the company, for instance, is more than this, but hasn't yet reached, the profitability, let me say, we provide them loans, until the amount of 10 million Saudi riyals. Praise be to Allah. We, for providing different levels of diversification of the portfolio of the bank, and praise be to God, with the support of our leaders, we came, for example, to approve, and this is a part of the announcements of the ban, we came to approve 24 billion Saudi riyals that have been approved, for example, in 2023, for example, this year, 2020, and more than, yes, this is a new, actually, accreditation and new approval as well, and this is the highest in the history to serve entities as well. That's why we need to seize the opportunity and to take the advantage of this great opportunity, talking to all entrepreneurs so as to actually benefit from the service of the bank. And all what has been said by our colleagues complete one another. The brief and the seminar has been mentioned by His Royal Highness, for example, and so many small plans, for example, that actually based on the industrial development, some of the companies, for example, communicate with us, and logistics companies, they benefit from large companies that have been financed by the industrial fund. So the invitation is open, and we have very tangible opportunities, for example, that have a climax. We have a climax opportunity, wishing everybody the best as well. I might feel jealous, actually, but you deserve all the great, and you deserve to go on other. I wish I could continue, for example, but time has come, has ended. 1 minute for everybody, for example, take your time to talk. I would like to extend our appreciation, honestly speaking, for example, to when you actually wander in the Biban exhibition, you find something different this year, and the high level of positivity and energy, for example, you can see in the faces of our brothers and sisters here at the exhibition. Generally speaking, this is the most important accelerator of the vision and what we see, which is the passion and being optimistic in the future. I'm completely sure that everything is going to come up in a positive way, in a positive manner as well, and everything's going to be constructively built in a good manner to the country, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And brief as well, in the field of the of the private ownership and on property would like to say that what comes in the future is going to be much more larger for one single reason, that yesterday one of the indices that after the growth of fast growing growth 17 double in the last couple of years, for example, and there has been temporal support 3.2, but I expect, for example, this is going to be much double, for example, through, for example, the reinvestment or the increasing the investment portfolio, as long as it's very promising sector, and that actually and that takes the whole support from the leaders in the Kingdom State of Abu Umar. As a matter of fact, first of all, and honestly speaking, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Minister of Trade and my colleagues in Munshiat, I mean the General Authority for us, amazing, and for this great level of organization of the Biban23, which is really a state-of-art organization and enabling to meeting our expectations concerning enabling the SMEs and the startups. I invite all young men and women in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia so as to come up with their own SMEs. And today is a great opportunity. We have a great vision. We have a great vision which has been actually established by the Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and this is a great opportunity, for example, just like once for all, it's once in a blue moon. We need, for example, from everybody here, for example, to take this to take opportunity, teeth and hands, and to depend on Allah. There are numerous funds now. For example, we have different types of development funds under the umbrella of the National Development Fund, and they are enablers, and actually we don't have an excuse saying that really you are, for example, empty-handed, we don't have jobs. The most important thing is not to get a job, to seek for a job, but to create a job, and to so as to be an accelerator of a local economy, and to be accelerator of the 2030, for example. As an extension of my brother and my colleagues, the story of successes, for example, is numerous in the bank that will be motivating for all entrepreneurs. We have at the bank, we have more than 15,000 success stories in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There are now current entities that were not before available. I mean, with 80,000 employees. And the last story that I heard, what was a couple of days ago, for example, in some laboratories, some of the laboratories, for example, they took a loan estimated by $1.5 million, I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, and I just opened one branch, I mean, with a loan, $1.5 million. Now, he has 7 branches in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and with his revenue in 2022 was estimated by 54 million Saudi riyals. You can imagine, $1.5 million led to 54. The little small businesses start humble, but later on they grow with the high level of management and the good management and rational management. Success is the result. I wish he could continue, for example, but time is over. Now, we are living in a great country, as a matter of fact, under wise leadership and high senior officials, and they are productive as well. And as said by, for example, mentioned by the different funds, they have numerous figures that are supported with high level of generosity. What's said by Abu Umar, if you do not seize the opportunity, you will lose it. We have entrepreneurs in different ages, and you can see that now you make me feel satisfied and sure. And what's required, for example, for the young men and women as well, so as to take the opportunity. We have a great stories of success. If I, for example, from one branch to another, and from 1.5 million to 54 million as revenue, one of the company that truly will support. Thank you very much for participation in this session. We wish we could the audience be interactive with us. Wishing you all the best with this. I come to the conclusion of this session. Thank you, and God's peace and mercy be upon all of you. Thank you very much. $24 billion Saudi riyals from the Social Development Bank as well, so as to support financially startups, SMEs as well, and to the freelancer as well for 3 years.
Development Bank to fund entrepreneurs, small enterprises, and freelancers over 3 years. السيدات والسادة الكرام نأمل من
Dear ladies and gentlemen, kindly remain seated. We will resume after program in moments.
We're continuing with our program shortly.
Dear ceremony, now with this entertainment segment, live performance.
أهلا ومرحبا بكم مرة أخرى. نحن على موعد الآن مع
Welcome again now with a keynote speech about a future that is derived from heritage, delivered by Her Highness Princess Noura bin Faisal Al Saud, founder of the Global Culture House.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good evening. Masa al-khair. Thank you, Biban, for inviting me to give this keynote speech. I'm delighted to be here amongst leaders that are making a difference every day. I'm thrilled to share my own journey and my vision for a heritage-inspired future. My own career commenced in 2009 in the United States with a position and a role at Sony Pictures Entertainment, marketing and distribution department, where I was part of the team that was overseeing all the media entities back here in the Middle East. It was a challenging and wonderful experience. I got to meet a lot of people, got to put myself out of my comfort zone, challenged myself in many situations, and immersed myself in the culture. This led to a move to Japan. A lot of people might ask, why Japan? Why did I choose to go to Japan? Growing up, I was raised in a family where culture was very, very important. My father used to play judo, and he wanted us to learn the sport. So he invited us to join a community of people that wanted to play that sport as well. I met many people from the Japanese community here in Saudi, and I was always interested and intrigued with their culture, their language, and I wanted to know more. So I kept asking questions, and I kept listening to the conversations, even though I did not understand a word of what they were saying. But I thought that that was something that I really wanted to explore. So I kept reading books that they referred me to. I kept watching documentaries and learning more about that culture. So after my experience in the United States and with Sony Pictures, I decided to go to Japan, learn the language, immerse myself in that culture, and get a master's degree in international business with a Japanese perspective from Rikyū University in Tokyo. It was while I was there that I was particularly intrigued by the Japanese ability to be known as a nation that has embraced the future with technology, yet still remain true to their historical identity. By adapting and amplifying their unique traditions for today's day-to-day applications. 5,000 miles away from home, I saw a vision of something that could be real, that could be important back here. I began to cross-market culture between Asia and the Middle East. As an entrepreneur, as a lot of us are, we always think out of the box. We always want to do something new. We always look at different opportunities and challenges. We always take those risks. So I founded a business that identified and procured brands with a unique cultural positioning and repackaged them for the GCC market and vice versa. The customer base for Saudi brands in Asia and Asian brands here in Saudi at that time was just emerging. It needed a lot of work and a lot of investment to gain market traction. In particular, I invested in fashion brands. fashion brands worldwide were known to contribute heavily to GDP, and that Saudi's less developed market offered an opportunity. So I went for that. Yet I was challenged, very much challenged, by the lack of structure in the supply chain. The talent that I wanted to support were facing their own issues, such as being unable to register their business, not able to register employees with a title like pattern designer or many other professions in the fashion industry. Also, unable to get licenses, unable to source fabrics or produce prototypes in the kingdom. All of these challenges were crucial to grow an industry and for these businesses to thrive. They were establishing their businesses out of the kingdom to be recognized and to be able to flourish their businesses. They were coming to Saudi only to sell. So at that time, there wasn't any infrastructure in which my business could exist, let alone flourish. But I persevered with this idea that culturally driven endeavors would have cut through. And in 2018, I produced Saudi Arabia's first ever Fashion Week, bringing together international and local stakeholders and designers for knowledge sharing and collaborative opportunities. I believed that creating a platform for creative designers and for the industry would get the industry to a place with time. As many of you will know, these efforts led to me being recognized as an expert in the fashion industry in the kingdom. And in 2019, I joined the Fashion Commission at the Ministry of Culture, where I led the strategy development of the fashion sector in the kingdom, building local and international stakeholders and partnerships, fashion institutions, and nurturing Saudi fashion talent. The work that we did on the strategy did not look at only one part of the supply chain. And I reflected back on all the gaps that I faced when I had my business in private sector and made sure that these issues were solved while I was in public sector. There were exciting times. I was part of the team that launched Fashion Futures, and this event is still going on in its 4th year next year, as well as other various mentorship programs and the Digital Fashion Futures platform. When COVID hit, we had to find solutions to keep the conversation going so that people can still be connected and learn, and the industry could still grow. With my appointment as the Commission's Ecosystem, Integration and Program Delivery General Manager, I oversaw the implementation of the strategy initiatives, ensuring their delivery with impact always aligned with Vision 2030. So one part of me joining the Commission was working on the strategy. The other part was making sure that the strategy is being implemented. This is the context in which I join you here today at Biban, a forum for exploring accelerated development in SMEs and entrepreneurship. My latest venture is back in private sector, where I've recently founded Global Culture House, a home for cultural story gathering and curated narrative amplification. My time in Japan and in public sector has helped me understand and being adept at explaining Saudi's customs and culture to potential partners and investors. I learned the value of storytelling and saw an opportunity to harness the power of cultural content to craft an authentic Saudi narrative and make it relevant to today's audience. Many of you might ask, this sounds beautiful. How are you actually making this a reality? Let me explain to you and share with you one of my favorite projects. This is the Saudi Cup dress code. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this dress code. This was a request that came to us back in 2020 by the Jockey Club, of course the Saudi Jockey Club, to encourage attendees to attend the world's most valuable horse race and dress up, but not in the way they would dress up to Kentucky Derby or the Royal Ascot. The Jockey Club wanted Saudi Cup attendees to be inspired by Saudi fashion heritage. Our response was a document that brought through a collaboration of efforts in academic research, in locally produced illustrations, and vintage images from our archives. The result revealed heritage-inspired Saudi fashion interpreted for today. Now it's in third year, the dress code continues to exist and continues to drive the creative fashion worn by men and women. Another example is an exhibition that was done in 2019 by the name The Hidden Kaleidoscope. And it showed, for the first time in the kingdom, bridal wear from all regions of the kingdom. And a story to tell you about the name. So the reason we came up with the name Hidden Kaleidoscope is that people always saw Saudi as black. They never thought that Saudi was colorful, even though these costumes were dated years and years ago that prove that women used to wear these and that Saudi is very much colorful and that each region showed a very different culture and different colors. So the name was resulted from that, and this was an exact demonstration that we wanted to tell as a story. This was, of course, all documented into a mini book, a booklet, that talked about each dress and where it came from, who designed it, and what year. The result of this and other endeavors is that today, Global Culture House clients are calling upon us, seeking out to document cultural stories. Not just in the fashion industry, but also in crafts, tourism, publishing and conservation, and even in museums. And repackage them in a strategic way. How do we do that? How do we tell the story? Through events, books, social media content, and even gifting. As the kingdom's ambitions drive us all towards 2030 and beyond, I'm proud to be forging a path towards a heritage-inspired future. Thank you everyone for listening. Thank you for your time and have a lovely evening. Thank you.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نحن
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the fourth session of the it's about investing in the franchise and the valuing scaling brands. The session to be moderated by Mr. Hamawi, the founder and the CEO of Franchise Associates. The panelists will be Mr. Richard Kanzasi, also Mr. Amjad, the Director General of Amjad for Trade Services, and Martin Carter, رئيس والمشارك، وألان كاتريد نائب الرئيس للنمو والعمليات في الهيئة العالمية للامتياز التجاري.
I think you're too pictures.
Oh.
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
happy to change places if you want. We're sitting underneath our headshots.
Right. Okay. So I think we can start.
Peace and blessing be up.
The only learning experience is the experience of continuous learning. My name is Sari Hamway. I'm the founder and CEO of the Franchise Trainer. We would like to thank the organizers of Biban for inviting us to be part of this wonderful event. We also would like to thank Munchaat for their phenomenal achievement in supporting SME and franchising in the kingdom. Today, I'm privileged to be part of this session, investment in franchising and value in scaling brands. And I welcome my colleagues, Richard Kay, CEO of Prisman & Collard, Amjad Arab, CEO of Amjad Arab Commercial Services Office, Martin Hancock, my very dear friend Martin Hancock, for a long time. He's the founding partner of Ford Franchise Associates, and Alan Catlett, who's the Vice President of the International Franchise Association. My colleagues, except Amjad, have flown thousands of miles to be here with you today to share their knowledge in franchising. We have prepared a few points to discuss during our session, and my first invitation to you, Alan, investing in franchising is a good option for starting a business. My question to you, what are the advantages of investing in a franchise brand, of course, as opposed to starting your own business?
Right. Thank you, Sari. Thank you for the question. Thank you to the organizers and Munchaat for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm deeply honored to be here. I think one of the things that we say most often in franchising, Sari, is in franchising, you're in business for yourself, but not by yourself. The investment that you make in a franchise brand provides many different returns. Significantly, you get the use of the brand, you get marketing support, training support, operations and systems support delivered to you most often by the franchisor. Add to that what you bring to the table as an entrepreneur, also the ability to benefit from economies of scale, a community of very like-minded entrepreneurs, other franchisees in the same brand, who are also committed to the success and are willing to share that with you. There are typically growth opportunities. There are typically favorable financing opportunities that are available to franchisees and to entrepreneurs looking to build and help brands build. And of course, there's always an exit. So having an established brand behind you can also help you with your exit plans. So I think entrepreneurs typically consider franchising because it's a complete package. And as an entrepreneur, if you can take an existing product that somebody else has already tested, that somebody else has already developed, that somebody has already put in the effort to do all the R&D, and then that accelerates your business plan 6 months or 12 months down the road because you're not building it from scratch anymore. That's why we see so many people adopting the franchise business model as a path to entrepreneurship.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much for your insight. But franchising comes with risks. There are some disadvantages in starting a franchise business. And I would invite Richard here to maybe mention some of the disadvantages in starting a franchise business and how to mitigate risks in starting a franchise business.
Thanks, Ari. I think the first thing that we ever have to look at is research. So with any business, you have to research fully. And a franchise is really no different. When we're looking at franchising, yes, someone's done the hard work for you, but in your own industry that you're going into, you need to understand it fully. The next thing is planning it in detail. Don't rely on just the franchisor for everything. Understand that there are risks associated with it, and plan everything as if it were your business starting from scratch. The next point would be, and I guess, industry professionals on the stage, is find someone who is in the industry and ask them for their advice. It's a very difficult industry to be in. If you are getting into a long-term contract, you should be finding someone who you know is going to give you the right advice and has history of advising people. The next point is to be financially prepared. These are long-term contracts, 10, 20, 30 years, and if you're not financially prepared at the start, you'll never get it right. Understanding the marketplace is key to making this work. If you take a brand from another country, you're bringing it to the kingdom, you need to make sure that it's actually going to work here. It's not necessarily just because it works somewhere else, it's definitely going to work here. So while you have advantages of franchising, you still need to make sure you get it right. The last point I would say, with the way the kingdom is at the moment, I think the biggest risk right now would be not taking a risk. I think there's a huge opportunity here for any brand that wants to grow. Any franchisee has the opportunity to borrow money, to be able to expand as quickly as they can with everything that's going on here with the change. So I would expect everybody, if they can do, to take a risk.
That's great, but as an entrepreneur, how do you know that you're qualified to obtain the franchise rights for an international brand into the kingdom?
I think it comes down to your appetite for risk. If you are able to research, you're able to bring in the right people, staffing, you're able to understand that you may need partners. Not everybody is good at everything. So bring in the right people. If you're not good at finance, bring in someone who's good at finance. If you're not good at planning, bring someone who's going to help you plan it. If you're not good at HR, bring someone who's good at HR. Right. And that's the best way that you can mitigate all the risks involved and make sure the business works.
That's true. That's true. Thank you very much. Martin, I mean, with your experience in international franchising, and you're the most experienced here in this panel in franchise marketing, and you have under your wing hundreds of franchise brands that you promote worldwide. What would be the criteria of choosing the right franchise partner?
Thank you, Sari, and thank you to Biban and Munchaat for inviting us here. Evaluating and picking the right franchise brand is a big question, and it'll take more than the few minutes I have here, but let me cover some points that you should definitely consider when evaluating a franchise brand. The first thing you need to do is to look inwards. Evaluate your own experience and goals and those of your company before you begin your analysis of potential franchise opportunities. Do you want to operate a business where you already have experience? Or do you or your company want to diversify for strategic reasons or to take advantage of a market opportunity? Consider your capacity. Do you want to operate a single franchise, or do you want to build a bigger business through acquiring area or regional franchise rights? Do you want to be hands-on or manage your business from an investor level? And are there other personal or lifestyle goals that you want to meet? Obviously, as Richard just alluded to, budget is part of your evaluation of a franchise. The capital required to open a franchise, it requires a big building and a lot of equipment. A full-service restaurant, for instance, can run into the millions of dollars. On the other end of the spectrum, a service brand, a small box gym maybe, or a daycare center, you can get into it for a fraction of the price. And you've got to remember, there are franchises now for almost any type of business. Ask yourself if you want to franchise from a business that is already operating here in Saudi Arabia, or do you want to acquire rights for an international brand? There are advantages to either option. In the scenario where the brand is operating here in Saudi, brand awareness and proof of concept are already in place, which obviously can mitigate some risk. Bringing a brand in, an international brand in, offers the opportunity to introduce a differentiated product or service to your home market. This can possibly create a competitive advantage and an initial increase in demand. You should consider the type of agreement. In the international scenario, you may be able to secure an agreement giving you exclusive rights to the country, to the region, and this can become a very valuable asset. This agreement, this exclusivity, can become a very valuable asset as you grow your business. However, with an international brand, again, as Richard alluded to, you'll have to work to make sure that brand translates both economically and culturally. You'll also have to ensure that the franchisor can support you from their home country and check that there are no supply chain issues, trademarks are protected, IP is protected, etc. Once you've established the type of franchise you want to operate, you'll need to do your due diligence. Study the franchise disclosure document, in which the franchisor is required to share with you. The document outlines the rights granted by the franchise to the franchisee by the franchisor, as well as the franchisee's obligation to adhere to the maintenance of the franchisee's brand. The disclosure document will also explain fees, which go beyond franchise fees and royalties. Things like technology fees, store opening fees, marketing fees, all have to be considered and will affect your bottom line. Meet with the franchisor's management team to make sure you understand their culture and the ongoing franchisee-franchisor relationship. Understand who and how they will be supporting you for initial and ongoing training, operational support, marketing support, and problem solving. If possible, review the financial stability of the franchisor. And lastly, talk to existing franchisees of the brand you want to acquire. This is probably the single most important piece of due diligence and something that's often missed. Are they receiving the support they need to grow their business? Are they meeting their expected financial goals? Even if the brand you're interested in is not yet here in Saudi Arabia, talk to the franchisees in their home country. Acquiring and operating a franchise brand can be a great business decision, and statistically, franchise businesses have a much greater chance of success than startups from scratch. But the single most important factor in the success of a franchise business is franchisee performance. So do your due diligence and go in with your eyes open. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. You talked about how an entrepreneur would pick up a good franchise brand. I want to look at it from a different angle. How would a franchisor pick up the right partner in the kingdom? How do they evaluate? Would you want to expand on that part? How do you evaluate one of the
capacity
people who want to take the franchise?
That's a great question. And it's horses for courses, Sari. The franchisor will have the potential investor will have their own goals. They'll have their own budget. They'll have their own capacity. They'll have skills in certain areas. So it's so important that you identify an investor that values the brand and is able to work with you to meet the goals of the brand's international expansion.
That's great. Thank you very much. I mean, Alan, do you want to add something to what Martin has just said?
No, I think, like Martin said, you know, it's evaluating the right investor, finding the right partner, someone that you, as Richard mentioned, you're entering a 20 to 30-year relationship. In my experience working in franchise brands before moving to the International Franchise Association, people have invested 30-plus years into a franchise brand. So it's a very long-term relationship that you're entering. So make sure it's the right relationship. And to Martin's point about doing the due diligence by meeting with franchisees is probably one of the best ways of understanding the culture behind the brand.
Great. Richard, with your experience in the UK, Dubai, and the Kingdom, because obviously you have a business presence in all of them, and you help businesses to develop into a franchise. Is that correct?
Yes.
So as a franchise consultant, how do you advise your franchisor to build the criteria for choosing the right partner?
I think it's also opportunity driven. Some brands are inundated with people who want to franchise them. Some brands are given, you know, there's very few inquiries, but I think it has to be looked at on a day-to-day basis. You have to say, where is the opportunity going to lie? If we have 10 people who are interested in the brand, we have 10 choices of who we could go with, plus we'll be discussing with other people. If we have 150 people, then, you know, we have a bigger opportunity. The most important thing is not to miss the opportunity. Yeah. I'm not suggesting that you go with everybody or go with anybody, but you have to look at it and say, is this our opportunity to get into the Kingdom now, or do we want to wait a year? How are we going to evaluate that? The opportunity is just as much driven by time as it is by the investor. So long as you as a franchisor can control their day-to-day, and you can work with them, and you feel that they have the vision that you have at the start, and they can move along with you, and you can train them correctly, then I think it's something you have to look at.
Yeah, that's great. I saved this for the last. Amjad comes from chemical engineering background. He was a leader of a number of telecommunication companies in the Kingdom. He's a franchisor and a franchisee, and of course a franchise consultant as well. So he has many hats. And I saved this question for you because if you're in business and you want to franchise your business, there are two things, and many people confuse the concept of growing a brand and scaling a brand. And that answer, you know, needs your insight with your experience from different sides of the table doing business and franchising. What is the difference between growing a brand and scaling a brand?
Thank you very much, Sari. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. So hopefully both will take you to increase your revenue, but it depends how you would like to tackle it.
Right.
So from my previous experience, I used to have a chain of restaurants that I had built myself. And at that time, while learning, it was like a difficult path to grow your business. And I started by one restaurant, and then it went up to 5 restaurants. Unfortunately, I closed it all. Why? Because I couldn't inject and do the growing method of that business by increasing resources of capital, or by human resources, or by even having the process itself. So failing to do such, it did not help me to grow my business.
True. Okay.
Okay.
Very true.
If we take it to other the other way around. When we had this issue, I started looking at franchise as a base to take my business forward. And at that point of time, I decided to go into retail, fashion business. I have the love of that business, but at the same time, there is an ecosystem that you need to understand. And I thought that franchise is the opening door to scale up my business and moving forward to increase my revenue without a substantial, let us say, cost, increase in the cost, and hopefully meeting the revenues. So it's really important that you decide what is the appetite you have in this business, an area of growing your business or having it through other layers of investment. I think scaling up your business through franchise is really a good potential opportunity, especially if you have that brand with the experience that you had lived with it for a couple of years, where you had built your process, your team, your ecosystem, your supply chain, and you had tested that business properly in a way that you can do an assessment with advisor or consultant in franchise business that can do proper assessment of your business. And then you can build your franchise manual. It will cost you, not a fortune, but it's going to cost you a good amount of money that it enable the complete system that you have. It enable your brand to be franchised in Saudi Arabia or even beyond, going to GCC or even internationally. The bottom line that you need to do that proper assessment in a way that you build this complete franchise ecosystem, the franchise division within your organization, and this definitely will expand your footprint within Saudi or internationally. This will add to your revenues. This will add to your equity and the brand itself. So it's a journey, but I think it is a proven journey, provided that you have the proper setup, the proper advisor, and at the end you're going to have your business there through different consultants, through different marketing agencies that they can expand your footprint globally.
Yeah, I like what you said, both growing a brand and scaling a franchise brand must lead to profits, more income. And I totally agree. The only radio channel a businessman listens to is WIFM. WIFM is an acronym for 4 words. What's in it for me? So whether you grow your brand organically or you scale your franchise brand, which means planning, having the roadmap, having to plan your organizational resources to support your growth. Growing a brand can happen by adding another branch and building a new owned location, but when franchising, you drive the expansion and the growth through franchising and by planning, having the right resources, including, of course, the franchise support packages, training programs, operating manual, and so forth. I have one question for everyone, and I would like you all to participate for the sake of benefiting the audience, our wonderful audience this evening. If you want to give an advice, a piece of advice for scaling a franchise brand, each one of you, I invite you to just, from the top of your head, say, what is your best advice to scale up a franchise brand? Start with Alan.
Thanks, Harry. I come from a numbers and a systems background. So I always think about the unit level economics of each franchise. So each franchise location has to have a unit level economic that makes sense for the franchise owner and the franchisor. Focusing on unit level economics and each individual unit's performance will ultimately result in greater profitability of the entire brand. makes the brand more attractive to new investors, either to buy a franchise or to invest to help the franchise brand expand. And it also leads to happy franchisees, and happy franchisees lead to additional franchisees, lead to more inquiries, lead to the opportunity to expand and to scale your brand.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Great advice. Please,
yeah.
Matt. Yeah.
I mean, it's all scaling is about increasing your top line at a greater rate than you increase your expenses. So one very basic thing you can do is truly understand your customer. And a lot of businesses don't do this. Understand your customer, understand their profile, and market to those people. That way, you're maximizing the amount of money you spend on marketing, and you're obviously maximizing the top line because you're advertising to your customers.
Amjad?
So look at it as transparency.
Transparency.
Transparency between the...
Excellent point. I'd like that.
Yeah, between the franchisee and the franchisor, because at the end, this is a marriage. This is a business that's going to spend, as Alan said, for 20 years plus. So as much as you're transparent and you trust, as much as you can grow this business. And it had been proven. I personally had this experience with one of the brands that I present as a franchisee in Saudi. And being transparent with them, with logic sense, it really adds to the value. Without that, I couldn't overcome Corona at that time when business were collapsing in some of the retail markets. So transparency and honestly.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you. Richard, your advice, I mean,
planning your expansion.
They want to take a franchise, but or maybe grow their business or scale up their franchise brand, their own business. And what would be the best advice to give somebody who wants to grow and scale up the brand?
Plan the expansion and execute it well with a lean team. Keep your costs as low as you can without jeopardizing the business. If you can keep your costs low, you can keep the team lean, you can keep them active at the start whilst you're getting into new markets and you're expanding as quickly as you possibly can. Later on you can scale up, but at that point you're in a position to be able to take advantage of what's going on.
Right. Am I allowed to add a point?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sarah.
Okay,
of course you are.
Thank you.
No problem.
Right. I mean, I think change is key. Your willingness to change as a business owner, as a franchisor, your preparedness to change, to accept change. Many businesses fail because of fear of change. The commitment to change as a franchisor will help you grow and scale your business. What I mean by change is organizational change, because running your own business is a different experience from operating a number of profitable and successful franchisees. You need different resources. You need different input in the business. Before you were running a burger store or a fashion store, which is great, you masterminded that, but when going into franchising, you're becoming a service provider to your franchisees. That's what I think is the important part. Be prepared for change. One final comment before we go. We have 20 minutes, 20 seconds before we go. What is the key? Amjad, I want to give you this opportunity. Key takeaway from this evening.
So I think the most important part is that franchise is really a tool, to be honest. It's a tool that people had experienced, and globally it's a practice that it had been proven successful. The very important part for franchisee is to select the proper brand or business, sector business that they will feel that they can have a passion and they can take it forward. And from there they can target the proper franchisor. And having that passion, it might convince them to give them the brand.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan Tacklet, Martin Hancock, Amjad Arab, Richard Kay. My name is Sari Hamwi. I've been privileged to moderate this session with the elite of the franchise industry in the world. Thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience, and looking forward to meet with you again in future events organized by Biban and Monchiat. Thank you very much.
حضورنا الكرام، نحن على موعد الآن مع جلسة بعنوان بناء من
Sustainable environment for small and medium enterprises through electronic platform. It's moderated by engineer Faisal As-Saif. Sultan Al-Bakr, the CEO of the Saudi computing company Alibaba Cloud, and Randy Sudan, the CEO of Multiverse.
وأيضا الأستاذ جوناثان فلندر المدير الإداري في شركة.
We have Mr. Blender, the managing director of the retail company Al Futtaim, and also we have Mr. Ahmed Hazza, or Dr. Ahmed Hazza, the consumer manager and e-commerce in digital Middle East.
السلام عليكم مساكم الله بالخير.
Peace be upon you. Good evening to everyone. May you be all in strength and in good health. Peace and mercy be upon our Prophet. First, I would like to welcome all our audience today and also welcome the people in the session. To clarify, we're going to have this meeting in the English language, so please, if you need interpretation, you can use the available devices on your chairs, and also
to the session itself and building an endless ecosystem for SMEs. Now, first of all, when we're talking about SMEs in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, definitely you're in Biban. You notice that there's a lot of empowerment. There's a lot of, let's say, push to go forward into the market. You were talking about initializing a business. You're talking about business growth, financing a business. You're talking about as well when it comes to different perspectives of scalability going within the business. All this needs people to be encouraged to do it. Definitely SMEs, the core value of any business, need to think out of the box sometimes, as well as need sometimes to adopt some sort of change within the ecosystem of their business, change within the team, the way they're managed, within tools and definitely services that might add a major impact. So for me as well, to start this talk, talking about scalability, talking about everything to do with making your business bigger and greater, definitely there are the services and the tools that are available in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let me start with you, definitely. Mr. Talal, when we were talking about scaling a business. Definitely scaling a business, the infrastructure is needed, yet it is not always good for SMEs or easy for SMEs to obtain the required, let's say, scalability or the infrastructure, sorry, talking about it. How does scalability go within a business? How is it easy nowadays to adopt infrastructures to support the perspectives of SMEs within the needed requirements of their business?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, what we're seeing as an evolution of technology and evolution of demand is that scalability continues to grow, and not only grow, it's seasonal sometimes. So sometimes you have times within the year that you have high growth, you're scaling very high. Other times you're scaling lower. So cloud computing really addresses this in a unique way by providing you a cost-benefit analysis based on what you actually consume. As you scale, as you utilize more resources, you'll pay. But then at the same time, as you start to go back to a normal level or even below normal, you'll also be benefiting from the savings that you're going to get out of it by scaling down. And again, it's not only about scalability. It's about feature sets and capabilities. Sometimes you need specific programs or applications that need to be executed in a specific way for a short amount of time or in a specific manner. And then as soon as that requirement ends, you need to go back and revert back to the way it was. So scaling for us is not always growing bigger. It's sometimes something seasonal that grows bigger and smaller. But what's important here is that we're offloading a lot of the technologies that usually SMEs have to build in-house into the cloud. So we're offloading that. We're telling the SMEs, focus on your core business. Let the issues around infrastructure be our problem. And you focus on getting your money, your core business, your go-to-market strategy.
And does that always work, or does it, let's say, serve a purpose? Going back to the old days where you need to build a server room, a data center, all those services, data analysis and things. Does it now add core value to businesses to have those, let's say, requirements be in a service-based item that they can apply easily?
Now, what's happening today is we're benefiting from economy of scale. So today, clouds can go to thousands and thousands of servers and have a lot of different technologies that are running simultaneously to help reduce the overall cost. What's happening is the end user is able to get the benefit of that economy of scale. So even if a person did the best negotiation he could and got the best equipment, overall, if you look at it holistically, you will not be able to get the price points nor the feature set points that building something on-prem would be able to, that we would be able to give him as a cloud provider, specifically being a hyperscaler.
Brilliant. Now, on the same scale, moving to Mr. Jonathan. Now, when we're talking definitely about the digital world, it opens many opportunities for SMEs to scale their online-based businesses. What realistic opportunities are we talking to encourage them to seek and adopt those opportunities first before others?
Well, I think opportunities are plenty when you start anew, right? So we've mentioned before cloud computing. Nowadays, it would be really a mistake to do on-premises. So the key into scalability is, first and foremost, managing your own cost. Okay? You have plenty of online platforms which are allowing you to tackle every single need that you might have. So I would first start looking at what services I can leverage online. The second is crowdfunding, right? That's something that was not there many, many years ago, right? So we have ways to get fundings that we didn't used to have. It's available to everyone, providing the fact that you are just presenting your project. Everyone is talking about data. When you start new, you have the biggest opportunity you have is to acquire data and to acquire clean data that you can then later on activate, right? Businesses which are here for many, many years quite often have polluted data. It's very difficult, it's very time-consuming, very expensive to make good usage of this data because it's not clean. So start fresh, use data, acquire data. The other thing, we talked about cost. employ young people. They know how to do things much better than us, much quicker, and in a much more cost-efficient fashion. And the last opportunity would be, how do you position yourself versus much bigger competitors? The biggest advantage is the ability to react, change, and adapt. Old companies can be compared as cruise ships. It's very, very difficult to maneuver and steer them. It's very simple for young and small companies.
Definitely. Now, whenever we're talking about, let's say, the growth of companies, scalability is one of the things that we talk about. Digitization is definitely something we talk about, and definitely data and what we can do with the data. Now, is every company based, or let's say have data within its DNA? Definitely. And this is interesting, going back to the backstage talk that we had with Mr. Randeep when he said that every company is data-driven. Every single company. Now, let's start with that, then we'll go to the other actual system, the Cognosco, and we'll introduce it to our audience. But every company is data-driven. Can you please elaborate?
Yes, thank you. So I think it was Satya Nadella who made the comment that every company today is a software company. Because every product, every service, every platform, every mode of delivery, logistics, everything, the entire value chain is digital. And to that extent, data is becoming the foundational layer for every single company.
Yeah.
So when that is the case, I think companies, no matter how small they are, have to systematically think how to integrate a data strategy as part of whatever service, whatever product that they are delivering to customers. And to that extent, focus on artificial intelligence, data analytics. Earlier, it used to be very expensive to set up an AI capability in an SME. It was costly. But now, I think we are seeing a democratization of that capability in data. And this democratization is happening at two vectors. So one, you see the ChatGPT type of services, which are suddenly democratizing artificial intelligence in a way which was not seen before. And second, we also find that there is AI as a service. So there are companies coming up which are offering AI as a service. For example, you have Bonsai Analytics. You have, Twist Code. You have a company called Fat Brain. So if you're using Shopify or you're using QuickBooks or Xero, you just plug in that to Fat Brain, and it does all the analytics, all the AI, and gives you, actionable insights. So I think data is a fundamental asset which every SME today has to seriously look at its data strategy if it has to think about the future.
That's interesting. Now, I want to ask the audience, if you don't mind, Cognosco. Whoever heard of that term? Cognosco, with a show of hand? Anybody? Brilliant. So, please elaborate. What do we mean by Cognosco as a term by itself?
So, Cognosco is actually a Latin word to recognize, to understand. Now, when I was thinking of this term, I was trying to look 10 years out and look at the topic of this panel, which is building an enabling environment for SMEs through platforms. Now, I feel that if you look 10 years out, platforms will become something very different. They will not be the digital platforms of today. They will be somewhat like cognitive networks offering support to companies. So a cognitive network offering support to companies is also the acronym for Cognosco. So just imagine, as a thought experiment, that in the future, you have a completely different architecture supporting SMEs and companies in a broader sense. Then if that has to happen, then we should backcast. Normally you forecast, you backcast from the future to the present. And when you do that, I feel that there are three dimensions which are very important for SMEs and which we should be acting today, keeping in view where the future is going to be, at after 10 years. So one area which is going to be very important for SMEs is the area of digital twins.
Okay.
Because, as I mentioned, data is so important to companies. Now, companies will have to create digital twins of every product, every service, every process, every system, so that they are prepared for the future, number one. If you create a digital twin of your company, you are also much more prepared to connect with, say, international players who may be investing in Saudi Arabia for that matter. Because you are ready, you can connect your systems with their systems and to that extent expand business opportunities. So I feel that digital twins is something which is very important. Perhaps there could be a public-private partnership on a strategy on digital twins. And there are big companies like Microsoft has Azure digital twin platforms today. And so also many other companies are also having those capabilities. So that's number one. Number two is, it is very important to have high quality talent in an SME. Now, I think yesterday I attended one of the sessions where this was the focus, that how do you make talent available to SMEs. I feel that there's another public-private partnership opportunity here where you can have a completely different architecture of talent through digital credentialing and create an inventory of talent so that you can then see what are the talent gaps, what are the talent adjacencies, and you can constantly train your staff onto technologies and models which are coming up. So talent is a very important area. By the way, this public-private partnership model on talent is also the model adopted by Alabama State, which they call as the talent triad. So they have a skills taxonomy, they have the private sector doing digital credentialing, and private sector, doing job descriptions using that taxonomy. And finally, you need credit, you need finance. So I would suggest that something which Singapore, together with Trade Tech in the UK is doing, is using quantum computing to optimize credit delivery and credit scoring. Now, if that is done, you can instantaneously decide whether a particular project is to be financed or not financed. So I think these type of public-private initiatives would do well to create a good environment for SMEs in Saudi Arabia.
MashaAllah, tamam. I've heard the rain as well. Allah yaj'alha amtar khair wa baraka ya rabbil alameen. Now, when we're talking about companies, definitely if we're adopting those three techniques, let's say doing it within the ecosystem of businesses, there's definitely the scare of changing your business into, or let's say adopting digitization, putting digitization as a core essence within your business. That is definitely a milestone within actual change to adopt the current times with digital is everything. Now, let me now direct the question to you, Dr. Ahmed. From your experience, mashallah, over 25 years within the digitization field, from your experience in empowering in helping in digitization, what policy approaches have proven effective in stimulating the scale-up and startups on SMEs? So definitely we're talking about the why factors. What can we talk about it now?
Yeah, so I believe especially when it comes to startups and small and medium enterprises, every company must start by understanding the purpose of their business, meaning why do they exist and why do they do what they are doing. Because that is the one thing that's going to define their direction and their future investments and everything. So after that, they need to look internally at their own capabilities and have a very good understanding of the products and services that they offer, what are the benefits that they bring, how differentiated they are. Based on that, they can look at the market that they are operating in and try to understand who their customer is and what their customers actually, what identifies their customers, what are their needs and what are their current challenges and pain points, and put all that together into in context with their products and services and try to identify ways into bringing this to market. Of course, this requires a lot of policies and changes internally on the enterprise level and on the startup or entrepreneurship level. We always think that startups or small businesses don't need structures because they are defined by their agility and innovation.
Yes, and the scale size, they're small. I mean,
yeah, and that's maybe a misconception because even in order to be agile, some policies and rules and tools need to be in place. And also a change in the culture and in the mindset needs to happen to be able to move fast and to fail fast and learn from failures, and then define your next approach and next trial. Agility is a good thing to adopt, but agility needs to also be combined with the ability to go to market and to validate ideas and to get feedback. And for that, you need to also be nimble and able to form squads, purpose-driven squads that take a product, create prototypes, validate ideas, create minimal viable products that go to market fast, and then continue to scale and grow from there and enhance.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Now, when we're talking about, let's say, after the digitization phase happened, SMEs definitely have the opportunity to scale up the business. They do have the opportunity to seek change, growth, as well as profitability. Yet, to get to those, you need to adopt a lot in a lot of services. What's good about those times that we're living is that services are easy to adopt when it comes to their availability, yet they need knowledge and they need awareness within the team. And from there, I can ask you, Mr. Talal, regarding different platforms available at the moment. How different platforms, such as cloud-based ones, let's say, help entrepreneurs manage the difficulties of rapid development while taking into consideration their various objectives in the growth of their companies?
Yeah, that's actually an interesting problem that we're trying to address. Now, the issues that are presenting themselves, or the problems of today, are not the problems of yesterday.
Yes.
So a lot of things that we're addressing today within our cloud platform are problems we already had. We know the solution for. And as things start to evolve, we start to look at how do we address the problems of tomorrow. Everybody's talking about the evolution of Web3. How are we going to adapt to that? How are we going to provide platforms that support SMEs on metaverse integration, or NFT integration, or blockchain integration? And this is where things start to become very interesting. And this is something actually we started looking at. How are we going to address the needs of the market before the market really needs it? Okay, everybody now is touching on Web3 in sort of an exploratory point of view. At least when we look at the MENA region, things are going to pick up rather quickly, and we're going to see a lot of adaptations. Now, we're seeing also evolutions of things. So today, we already have solutions that provide AI platform capabilities. But ChatGPT has really changed that game. Now we're looking at, okay, it's not enough that we provide a platform where somebody can go and do deep learning and machine learning algorithms. We're going to start to need to think about how do we develop a platform that provides the pre-developed machine learning and deep learning aspects so that they can utilize it day one. So that approach is starting to evolve. Another aspect is big data. Today, big data is not something new. We've been using it forever. As my colleague mentioned, data is the core of everything. How are we going to tap into that, work on it, utilize it in the best way possible, and then really bring insights that we never thought about and drive that forward? So the evolutionary aspect is continuously going to be there. We try to be at the forefront of providing those services for SMEs, because what a lot of people don't know is SMEs are the most innovative customer segment that we have. They're the ones who are going to play around and come up with solutions that we're going to be working with way before enterprises.
True.
So for us, they're a vital component for really driving innovation and driving our service adoption.
Two things that are interesting that you mentioned. First of all is adoption. Adoption is never easy when it comes to any business. And we adopt certain technologies, we work with them, we're happy with those technologies, but now comes to update or change those technologies, like with 3.0 that you mentioned. I mean, we're so used to the world as it is now, why would we adopt a change within that world? The second thing that is interesting that you said that would lead to the second question, to my following question, is when it comes to enterprises and their stubbornness in adopting, let's say, I'm going to put it that way. Stubbornness in adopting new technologies. And SMEs, they are the innovative part. They are the one who come up with ideas. Now, that takes me to you, Mr. Jonathan. Now, when you are in a big enterprise, when you are in a very big company that deals with a lot of data, is it easy for the adoption to happen? Is it really realistic to make ways to harness the adaptation, or let's say harness technologies, digital technologies, to enable change within enterprises as well as, from your vision, in SMEs?
Well, it's not easy, right, to harness this. We are drowning under an immense amount of data, and as I've mentioned before, it's very difficult to get access to clean data. Platforms today, such as CDPs, so CDP stands for Customer Data Platform, are helping you to see through that, right? The first thing is everyone talks about the single view of a customer or the golden record of the customer. That's something very trending and very popular, but it's extremely difficult to achieve. We are constantly reaching customers on multiple devices, multiple touch points, platforms, offline, online, desktop, laptop, mobile, everything. So it's very difficult to reconcile that data. Technology helps us to achieve that. We can identify a non-logged in user as logged in, right? Through data, through customer data platform. We can do profile stitching. We can identify patterns. What is the next best purchase? When is the time to replenish a product? When the customer is likely to churn? And then we find ways to reactivate, to upsell, cross-sell, etc. So technology is here to help us. It is, at the same time, very easy to lose focus. And I heard it before. We tend to forget about why we're here, why we do what we do. And that, I think that's the first thing that SMEs need to identify is why are they doing what they are doing. Otherwise, they don't know where they are going, and customers wouldn't as well, because customers buy why you do it, not what you do it. So in a nutshell, today, for big companies like us, the challenge is to leverage the good quality data and to eliminate the pollution.
What about as well big companies such as yours when it comes to adopting solutions that are digitally based? Is that easy to, let's say, to apply or adopt?
It's not easy. It's not easy. People are hostile to change. They're scared instead of embracing change. The best way to go at it in a big company, so it's a bit different from an SME, is to do a pilot or an MVP, right? So there's nothing better than proof by the fact or proof by the data. So usually we try in a small corner, a little experiment, and once we have the result, we're just demonstrating the results.
Brilliant. Now here, Dr. Ahmed, when I ask you, I mean, what digital technologies can be harnessed to enable SMEs scale up? If we're right there, if we're talking about those technologies, from your perspective.
I think we cannot talk about digital technologies without talking about automation and the role that it plays in today's businesses. If we look at the changes and the disruptions that are happening today with AI technologies and machine learning, and how businesses are of all sizes are looking into leveraging things like GPT, ChatGPT, and trying to streamline their operations and bringing efficiency to their processes by automating the processes that, especially in the back end. This is definitely something that even small enterprises need to take or to leverage and to make use of. But even technologies that has been emerging in the last years, like blockchain and NFTs, playing a big role in logistics and supply chain, and especially in procurement of certain materials and goods from different markets, and the traceability that is being enabled by that to, for example, identifying counterfeit and tracing the source of materials and especially copyright protected goods. But we also have to look at the role of data and analytics and how they can derive insights and help SMEs understand their market, their customers, and their investment options, and make informed decisions before deciding to go in a certain direction. And finally, digital technologies also provide SMEs with access to remote talent and virtual services that otherwise wouldn't have been accessible to them without. Yeah.
Brilliant. Now, Mr. Randeep, I'm running out of time here, but yet I need to go through that culture and language question again. Now, when there's new technology, emerging technologies, let's say, for example, ChatGPT. We're talking about this technology, and we know exactly that it helps in certain purposes. Who from you tried it, tried some sort of it, that ChatGPT something? Anybody? Okay, alhamdulillah. If you ask it in English, it'll be really good within the answer it develops. If you ask it in Arabic, with certain software that provides it, answers will very vaguely be accurate, close to realistic, or even make sense. Here comes the role of culture and language within data and digital-driven solutions. Is it realistic to think that any digital solution that is AI-based or data analysis-based can be applied in different cultures and different languages with same results of quality?
Yes, so as things stand, we are not there yet. And language and culture certainly are really important. Of course, things like language translation, AI is able to do quite well. But when it comes to, for example, even say the Arabic language, if we just take an example, the Arabic language has a lot of orthographic variations. It has a very rich morphology. It has nuance and ambiguity. It also has multiple dialects. Now, to be able to understand that and be able to then bridge that gap, in culture and what the AI is capable, is still work in progress. But if we look at the pace at which AI is developing, I am told that the entire textual data available in the world, all of text data, is something between 4.6 and 17.2 trillion tokens. Because tokens is the way that we deal with the data in AI. Already, DeepMind's Chinchilla is using 1.4 trillion tokens. And at the rate at which technology is going, in fact, you will exhaust the entire text data that is available to train AI. That is where we are heading. So at that rate of exponential growth, I feel that these gaps between language, culture, sentiment, all that will become closer and closer as AI becomes more capable and moves towards what is called as AGI, or artificial general intelligence.
That's absolutely interesting. And definitely when it comes to concluding this session. Now, if we're talking about building an endless, enabling ecosystem for SMEs through platforms, first, we know that the platforms are present. We do have many examples of those platforms. Yet, for SMEs to adopt a proper certain type of, let's say, services and ecosystems, they need to face their challenges. They need to be durable, agile. They need to be adaptive to change, as well as they need to listen, harness data, and well as apply it per the culture, per the community that it's driven within. Spot on with the time, and by this I can say definitely thank you for the session, for the panelists. Thank you, Mr. Randeep, CEO of Multiverse. Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Flinder, Managing Director, Digital Retails, Al Futaim Group, and definitely Dr. Ahmed Hazza, Director of Deloitte Digital Middle East, and definitely thank you, Mr. Talal Al-Bakr, CEO of SCCC Alibaba Cloud. Thank you, dear audience. يعطيكم العافية. شكرا لكم على حضوركم.
Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for attending the session. Peace be upon you all.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Here we come to the conclusion of today's actions, Biban23 for this day. We'll meet you tomorrow.